Hi, this is Jay for SimplyMaya, and welcome to a brand new modelling and texturing tutorial. This particular tutorial is going to be a creature tutorial, and what we're going to be doing is this rather giant looking creature here that I've managed to sketch out. We're going to be modelling it purely from this sort of view at the moment. We're going to throw this into an image plane into Maya, but we're going to be looking at references of elephants, sort of creatures like that, animals like that, to get an idea of the bulk and the positioning of joints and everything, just so we can get an idea of where to place sort of the geometry and edge loops and stuff like that. So what we're going to do first, we're going to head on over into Maya and we're going to place this into an image plane. So let's jump over there now. So what we want to do is go to our side view. So I'm just going to blow this up. So go to image plane, import image. I'm going to go to the creature simply_01, and we'll supply you with this image as well, so you can follow it completely to the letter. Otherwise you may want to choose to create your own, but the principles will be the same when it comes to loading up your image into the image plane. So as you can see, I've just zoomed out and here's our image here. So what we're going to do is select the camera, hit Control A, go to the image plane 1 tab, and what we're going to do, we're going to higher it up so we get the feet level with the center axis there. And all I'm going to do is control and drag until I get something that pretty much sits on that grid line there. And then I'm just going to push him back in the X plane, or the X axis rather, and then just have a little bit of a tweak there and we're good to go. So I'm going to jump back over into our perspective view, and I'm just going to throw this back just off the grid like so. So this particular chapter itself is just going to be some very easy blocking in. We're not going to do anything extravagant or anything like that, because we just want to basically get the forms modelled just from a blocking point of view, and then in the next chapters we're going to start to refine everything as well. And then once we're happy with the way our creature looks within Maya, we're going to nip on over into ZBrush and start sculpting up some of this lovely detail, getting it looking like a sort of big giant lizard type creature. We're going to be, again, as I said, we're going to be looking at references of elephants and sort of chameleons and stuff like that, just to add the detail to it as well. And once that's done, we'll head on into some texturing. So, but we'll talk about that more as we get there. So let's get started. So first of all, I'm going to create a polygon cube as always, and I'm just going to go into my side view here, and we're going to start to sort of move things around and scale stuff up as well. So actually, before I do that, let's cut this guy in half. Okay, so we want that across the X, so I want 2 there, and what I'm going to do is grab those faces and delete those. And let's just turn that off, don't want that. Okay. Okay, what do we got? So that's all good, that's fine. Okay, and then okay, so edit. So I'm going to go duplicate special. Okay, we're going to do an instance and -1 across the X and hit apply. Okay, and we'll close that off. So now we'll be able to select any verts and move these around accordingly. So all we're going to do is just work on 1/2 of the creature at a time and get cracking. So let's just grab that lot, and I'm just going to bring that up, go into our side view like I was going to do a minute ago. Okay, let's say okay, and we're going to grab that. Going to go to my poly tools, center the pivot, and just scale everything right up. In fact, let's go to vertex, and we can do it all that way through the component. Okay, like so. You may want to choose to hide your grid, which I will do actually, just so you can see what we're doing. There we go. And the other thing as well, if you select the camera and go to the attribute editor for the image plane, what you can do as well is, if you go up to the color gain or the color offset, you should be able to adjust the image itself as well, and then make it darker or lighter accordingly, and then you should be able to see a little bit more of what you're doing. So let's just grab these. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to hit faces, and I'm going to hit an extrude. And where's my extrude? There it is. Okay, so I'm just going to move that up. So again, as I said, this is very, very basic. And we're going to do the same here. And I'm just going to grab that and like so. Okay, so very, very easy, very simple. Nothing strenuous, which is the way we like it. And then face again, and another extrude. So all I'm going to do is just pull this all the way to the front here for now. Okay, and then we'll run some edge loops and stuff through there, and we'll do the same on the back here. Okay, for the tail. Okay, so what I'll do is another extrude for this as well, and I think there should suffice. Let's just have a look at our grid. So there we go, and then what we could do is grab that and pull that down, and the same there as well. Okay, so into our perspective view now, what we want to do, because we've done that extruding through the single halves, you may find you will get some extra faces on the inside. So let's just have a look there. Okay, so if we hide this, okay, so you can see we've got these extra faces. So if we just go in and delete those like so. Okay, and then we should be able to grab this guy, bring him back. There we go. That's all good. Alright, so back again, and then let's cut in some edge loops. So I'm going to put one about there, and just move it to there, and just shaping like so. That's the thing with blocking, that I find it's really nice fun. It's good to just get stuck in and just really have a bit of fun blocking stuff out. It's very fast. It's quick to change if you go somewhere wrong. All that kind of stuff that it involves. Sometimes it's actually it's just quite relaxing, I find. Very strange thing to relax to, but there you go. So let's just grab that, reset that, so I can just add some free sort of loops. And we're just going to start to sort of put some direction in, really, on the loops as well, so they've got somewhere to follow. Okay, like so. Okay, so then what we can do start to, just going to lower that area there for the belly a little bit more. Okay. And then just under there for the tail. As well. Okay. Let's just jump over. Just get rid of that half for a minute. Okay, so it's looking quite good already. What we'll do, we'll extrude the legs out from that side. So let's just go to edit. Just want to reset the tool a minute. Edit, duplicate special. There we go. So okay, so that's all good. And then from here, let's just pull that forward and pull this forward as well. Okay, and about there, and that should suffice for now. And then what I'd like to do is grab the face on there. Let's jump back over to our perspective view, and I'm just going to extrude this ever so slightly. In fact, no, I won't. What I'll do is just grab those. In fact, we'll put another edge loop through the head there, just for now, to about sort of there. And then what we can do is grab that. This will save extruding actually at this moment in time with unnecessary kind of detail. And what we'll do, we can just grab that little piece just there and just get that to make the back of that jaw, or the back of the neck there. And we can do that there, and we'll do that there and there as well, and we can cut that through there. I just want to start getting a little bit of shape going on, so to speak, just sort of there. I think that will suffice quite nicely at the moment. Okay, so that's okay. Okay, right, so I'm just going to pull this bit of geometry back a bit more there, so we can just get something for the leg to come out. Okay, so what I'll do is run a loop through there right now. This should make a little bit of sense, because we're going to use it for the mouth and then extrude from the legs up here. Okay, not from down here. So the socket from the joint for the leg will be up there. And the other thing as well, I'll add to the line for the detail here later on when we come to do that. So let's grab the faces here. Okay. So this is just general blocking, nothing drastic. In the next chapter we'll start to look at the different sort of creature types that this sketch was based off. As I mentioned, was elephants. We'll just bring that down there, and okay, this is all very rough. In fact, let's take that back just a little bit, and we'll just bring that like so. Hit G, and we'll just pull that out. That's a bit better. Okay, for now. And then, of course, we'll need to round everything out a little bit later on. But for now, we'll leave that as is. Okay, And then what we can do, we jump over here, okay, and then we'll extrude that down to 1 there. And try and model everything as neutral as possible at the moment, but I'm just sort of eyeballing where the joints and stuff would be here. And then we'll do another one, and we'll do another one there for now. Okay, so legs are looking a little bit chunky, but for the time being it's all good. Okay, so I just want to try and sort of define a position for where the feet and the ankles will be as well, and this area here, which would be the sort of the back of the leg as well. So we'll just leave that like that. Whoops, just bring that back. Okay, so there we go. And again, it's all really rough blocking out. So we can just push all this stuff. Okay. And there we go. And then we'll do the same again with the back end. So just extrude that back just a little bit. Okay, now just pull that back out, hit G to repeat the extrude. Okay, and then go over to our side view just to have a look, and then we can grab that face there, and then we can move that and rotate it as well. Okay, and then extrude that to there, and then that one down, and we'll just straighten that out. Okay. There we go. Okay, and then grab the faces there, and then just bring that down to the ground. And we're pretty good to go. So I'm going to leave that a little bit there. This is called the hock on the back of the leg there. Quite a few animals have them. Dogs have them, which is very distinct as well. I think the elephant actually, I'm not too sure if elephants do actually have them that extreme. I think the front of the legs are more sort of have a knee as opposed to a back sort of section there. But we'll be having a look at elephant reference and stuff in the next chapter before we crack on. So okay, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, let's jump over to our perspective view. As you can see, really very blocky. What we can do as well is just taper off the tail a little bit more. There we go. So that's all good, and the same with the head here at the front. But again, this is all going to start taking shape as we progress. So I don't want to do too much in this chapter because it's just purely blocking out, as I keep telling you. And yeah, there we go. So it's not too bad at all. Okay. So that's going to conclude this very first episode, or this first chapter. and in the next one we'll carry on with our blocking out, and we'll start to round off some of these forms and stuff and begin to put in, you know, the extra work and stuff, and hopefully start getting it looking more and more like this. So we'll end it there, and I'll see you in chapter 2. Okay, welcome to part 2. What we're going to be doing in this chapter is we're going to have a look at some of the proportions and stuff regarding what I would say would be the anatomy of this creature. Now, probably the nearest thing that I could probably dig out as far as reference goes is probably something like elephants and probably dinosaur skeletons as well. I think the dinosaur skeletons will be a bit more ideal for this because it's a creature of sorts. An elephant is a great thing to look at, it's a good animal to look at, but I think in terms of proportions and stuff, I think we should look at the dinosaur aspect of things and have a look at the joints and stuff. So if we just jump over into Photoshop and we have a look at some of the reference that I've downloaded against the actual drawing of our creature, we can start to determine where we can sort of improve the joints and stuff for our actual model, because this actual creature just came out of, you know, it's just sitting in the top of my head when I did the concept for it. So some of the proportions and sort of where the leg positions aren't necessarily spot on. So if we have a look at some reference and then we can apply that to the model itself. So let's just jump over into Photoshop, and here we are. So as you can see, I've got elephant reference up. Here's an elephant skeleton, it's the full skeleton there, and if we just dial that back a little bit like so, and we just grab this guy, just bring him up a little bit as well. So let's have a look at the legs there. So as you can see, my legs are slightly out, although we've got, you know, probably this is the femur and stuff, and we can, you know, we can probably position that within there. Let's have a look. We can just quickly do a quick cutout of this guy. I mean, it's not going to fit exactly, but we can get an idea of how, you know, things are sort of fitting with this. Let's just take that back. So it's just one of those things, sort of these sort of details, the mechanics of the character, that can sort of either make or break it, especially when it's got to go to guys that have got to rig this, because those guys, they're going to want it all sort of perfect and stuff like that. So let's just pop that in there like so, and it's not too bad. So let's just dial back the opacity there. So if I just grabbed the sort of ankle area just around here, as you can see, our creature's ankle is quite big. So if I just move the pivot there, we just rotate that foot to about there. That's fine just for this exercise. And Control D, and we'll just scale it up a little bit so it's touching the ground a little bit more. So in hindsight, it's not actually too bad because we've got the hip there. Let's just bring the opacity up just a little bit, so you can see where the hip, the knee, down to the ankle, and then obviously the foot and everything there. But also we've got this thing here called the hock, which is something that I do actually like to put on some of the creatures that I do. It gives it that sort of extra back, the joint in the back of the leg, very similar to what a dog has, but because of the nature of this actual creature, we're sort of more looking at sort of, you know, mammals like elephants, and also, you know, reptiles such as dinosaurs and stuff. So I think the dinosaur aspect of it, or the elephant aspect of it, is going to be a bit more ideal for this creature. So what we'll do is we'll use the reference from this Triceratops that we have here, and we'll edit that in, because of this, the way the ankle is and everything here, going up the shin and everything else. We can probably edit that a little bit better to fit in, and then we can make a new image plane and pop the image plane in to our Maya scene and sort of model off the back of that. So we shall do that now. So let's just close the elephant off itself, and as you can see, here's an actual skeleton of a Triceratops. So you can see that this drawing is pretty accurate in terms of reproducing what it actually looks like. So you can see those legs there. So you can see it's very, very long, and you know, this is very high on the back here, on the ankle and stuff like that. So what we'll do, we'll use this black and white because it's pretty much there, and then we can overlay that over the actual concept art that we've got for our creature. So let's do that. Let's just close these guys off. So again, it's just one of those things to look at as well if you're going to do these sort of fantasy style of creatures. Like I said, I just did this off the top of my head, so this, you know, the legs aren't exactly accurate, stuff like that. Also, I've called up reference of the Brachiosaurus here, and I was interested in the kind of vertebrae as well that it has going on in the neck. So that's something to sort of bear in mind as well when you come to sort of model these kinds of things. You know, what kind of vertebrae is going to be in there, because as you can see here, it's very different in the neck of the Triceratops. I mean, this is totally different scale as well. So these things are huge. Yeah, it's just something to bear in mind. And also the other thing as well is the tail. You can see the sort of the ribs, if you like, coming off the back of the tail there. And these are very similar as well, but you know, sort of these have the upper vertebrae stuff going on, whereas this is a lot longer and a lot shallower. So anyway, let's move on and get this guy back down, and we'll close him off. We don't need him. And also I've got some elephant images. This is just one of them. Just looking at all this nice sort of skin folds and stuff that we can probably sort of add to the creature as well when we come to do that. So we'll close that off, and we'll grab some of this and make this all fit into our concept art. We'll squeeze that all in. So what I'm going to do, we only need one leg for the front, one leg for the back, so I'm just going to quickly paint out on a layer. No, we don't need a layer, it's just for this one. So I'm just going to quickly paint out what we don't need, so to avoid a little bit of confusion when we come and place it. We'll get rid of the inside one just in there as well, like so. Okay, so that's all done, so that's good. Okay, so if we grab this, I'm going to grab it from about here because we don't need the head, and the tail we'll dismiss as well for now. So it's just really the joints on the actual legs and stuff that we need. So just throw that in, and we'll center this guy up. Let's just shrink him back. Whoops. Okay, and we'll just scale that down. So it's not going to fit exactly perfect, but it'll give you an idea of the sort of thing that we're going for. So if we can just keep all the anatomy intact. So if we go to, I think linear burn should be quite a good one to keep that all visible. There we go. So if we just crank that back up just a little bit, and let's have a quick just check these. Just go down through the different blend modes just to check what we've got for the skeleton itself. That's not too bad. Let's just drop the opacity a little bit on that. Okay, so we can just bring that over, and I'm squashing this just to make it sort of fit accordingly. Actually, that's not very good, so let's go back to the linear burn, and we'll just take that up. Let's make a copy of this one, and what we can do is reduce the opacity on that so we can see the skeleton a bit better. Okay, so let's move this into place. So as you can see here, there's the knee and stuff that we've got here, where it'll all go, the joints there. So what I will do, let's start on the back first. So we'll kind of get a center for this hip, and you can see here where the backbone would go on our creature. Obviously a different design to the Triceratops. So what we'll do, we'll grab this, and all we're going to do is we're going to rotate a few things around. Okay, so I'm just going to cut that to a new layer, okay, like so, and we're going to rotate this guy just back ever so slightly to about there, I think, and we'll just grab the ankle as well. Now we won't cut that to a new layer, we'll just rotate that to about there, so we know what's going on. And then for the upper part here, let's layer via copy, cut rather, and we'll rotate that round as well. Whoops, on the wrong layer. Okay, just double check, that's the one we want. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this guy out as well. Layer via cut. And we'll just rotate that forward, just so it fits the knee just a little bit better, just there. Okay, and then what we can do, we can grab this guy, and what I'll do, oops, let's grab him, and we'll just make him a little bit bigger, just so he fits back into where he sort of came from. Okay, like so. So all I'm doing is just adjusting where the joint placement is, just to sort of fit the drawing just a little bit better, and then we can move things around a little bit more in Maya when we come to that. So it looks like what we'll have to do is probably lose a little bit on the back of this leg here. We'll take the sort of meat up and then bring it sort of more that way. Okay, and same with the sort of the elbow areas on this piece as well on the front. So let's just check we're all on the right layer. So let's just merge those down so we don't get too confused. Okay, like so. So what I'll do, let's just grab this and layer via cut, and what we'll do, we'll rotate that ever so slightly as well, so that's to about there. Okay, and then what we can do here, again we're trying to just keep everything sort of intact without moving the skeleton at all too much. We're just moving the rotations and stuff like that, and then we'll alter everything on the model itself as well. So I think about there, that's I think his leg is right back there, so let's just squash that up like so. Okay, so really the only real change is just on here on the back leg, I think, as far as the model goes. And then what we can do, we can grab this guy, scale him up and move him forward, and we'll just scale that up just a bit more, and we'll just pinch that back so everything is kind of working how it needs to. And again, we want to try and keep a neutral position for this, because obviously it's not rigged or anything like that, so we want to model in a completely neutral position, like so. So we're going to just rotate that as well, and we'll keep that to about there. So that's kind of the sort of thing that we want to go for. So this extreme kind of area here, so we should be able to take back a little bit of the leg there and just improve this area just around here. So, and it'll all make sense once it all comes together. So what we'll do, we'll merge those down, and we'll do File, Save As, and we'll call it O2. Okay, and we want to create a grayscale image, keep the size down while we're actually in Maya, so otherwise sometimes you can get issues with the graphics card. So things like this, keep as low as possible. So okay, so this is going to be good to go for the sort of joint placement, and we've still got the other one that we can use when it comes to just doing the rest of the sort of the meaty stuff on the body and the details and stuff. So let's get that done, and we'll close that off, and we'll head back into Maya, grab our image plane, go to the attribute editor, and then all you need to do is just type in O2 on the end of that, and it should load in our skeleton one, and there we go. Okay, so that's all good. So what I'm going to do now is just get rid of that, okay, because we don't really need it for the time being, and if we just nip over to a side view, and there we go. Okay, so just hit 4, and then we can start to shuffle stuff about a little bit better. So there's that knee on top of that. Let's just jump back over to our perspective view, just make sure we've got the right thing going on there. And so what we're going to do now is just going to alter the position excuse me, ever so slightly, nothing too drastic, and we're going to start bringing these sort of bits down and stuff just so they make a bit more sense. There we go. So we'll put one through there as well, and that one there can act as an extra loop in that area, so we're going to try and keep it quite meaty looking. See, that's better already. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at that. Yeah, that to me is a lot better. So in fact we could probably lose that edge loop on there as well, just for now, for the time being. Okay. So then what happens is the geometry is the same pretty much through here. Okay, let's just have a bit of a shuffle around on this. Okay. So I think we'll go for that just about there actually. And there as well. Now we'll just crank that sort of back up to there for the time being. And what we'll do is just bring this back as well. Try and keep it as neutral as possible. Try and keep the thickness obviously as well for that particular area. Okay, so if I now go back over, so we've got this bit of geometry just sort of intersecting through there. There's nothing to worry about really, because I've got enough to do as the tutorial goes on. And the same with that there. Just push those back just to make our lives a little bit easier from this early stage. And what have we got here? So that can do that there. So we could probably well join up these two loops going through there at some later stage, but I think for now we're pretty good. Okay, so I'm actually quite happy with the way that's sitting. Let's just make that thicker at the back there. I know it doesn't quite fit what we've got just there, and we can just start to push these guys back a bit as well. And there we go, so let's put that there. So this is just really early phase tweaks. I mean, it probably seems a little bit convoluted to some of you, but I think it'll make more sense as we go along, because we'll be adding extra geometry and you don't really want to be mucking about with that kind of these sort of areas once we're doing that a bit later on in the tutorial. So I think that's pretty good to go there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start to add some extra edge loops and stuff. So if we just add some of those and just tidy a few little bits and pieces up as well, I think just in there we can have a look at that. Let's just have a mosey in here. Okay, so let's get rid of this. I think we can deal with this first, I think. So just hit 4 on the keyboard. I know this is the inside of that leg and stuff, but I think it will be advantageous if we do start to get rid of these kinds of things now before we proceed. So start adding some extra loops and things and go from there. So let's have a look in here. So I think what we can do is we'll join this up and we'll just rocket that round all the way around to the back again. So let's do that. Like so. And then we'll grab that, do that. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll get rid of that loop just in there. That one and that one. And that one as well. So what have we got in there? So we need to get rid of those. Do something with that guy there. Okay, so I'm not too worried about any missing geometry at the moment. All we need to do is just join that back up and that should be fine. And we can just grab that one there, pop that on there, and that's all pretty good as well. So what have we got there? Let's just double check we got 4 sides going on here. This is kind of a bit of a funny colour just in there. That's okay, it's just a display. And we should be good to go. So let's just check what's going on there. And that's all looking pretty good. So I'm happy with that. So we can bring that up actually. And we're golden. Excellent. Okay, so what we can do is we hit 3 on the keyboard just to make sure everything is all quads, and then we can start to go in and just start to block out a little bit more. So not going to do too much with the rest of this. Okay, so let's grab that guy. Okay, so put 1 through there, 1 through there, 1 through there. Okay. And I think that's okay for now. So what we'll do, we're going to start to just pull things around. And start moving a bit of form into our creature. Okay, so I think actually what we can do is we'll add that extra loop just through there, and then what that will enable us to do is get an idea. We just jump over into our side view here, and then we can start to lower bits and pieces as well for this back, this big backbone piece that sticks out of the back there. Okay, so that's all good. And again, I'm just keeping this very, very light for the time being, because as I said, it's always advantageous to you know, push your low resolution mesh as far as you can before you start to add more and more sort of high details and stuff like that. It's the same sort of principle with sculpting, really. If you're doing sculpting in something like ZBrush as well, you keep the mesh as low as possible, bulk that out, add a bit more sort of sculpt to it, then add more geometry to it, then go in again. So you're just building it up in layers. It's by far the easiest and the best thing to do, especially if you make mistakes as well. So there's no point going in when you've put tons and tons of detail in and then try and edit that out, because it's just going to be an absolute nightmare. So let's just pushing this stuff around, and let's just jump over here and see where we are. So we can now start to sort of add these extra little bits to the creature as well on the underside. Just rough rounding out. Okay, like so. Let's just bulk that down. Still got a lot to do anyway, so I just want to get some sort of shape going on. And that guy in there. Let's have a look. Let's just jump around here. Okay. And there. There we go. Let's just get rid of the camera for a minute, just hide that. There we go. So we can go in and sort our guy out. So we've got a 5-sider there. I'm not too concerned at the moment. We could probably get rid of that anyway, so there's probably a couple of little bits there that we can sort out, but I think everything's pretty good. So let's just snap him to there, and we'll merge that guy with the where's my merge gone? There it is, just there. So that's all good, so we should be good to go for the rest of that. Cool. So moving on. Okay. So my mouse is a little bit sticky for some reason. Might need a bit of a clean. It's giving me a bit of hassle, but that's all good. There we go. That's better. Okay. And then we just start rounding out the tail and stuff as well, of course, because that's going to need a little bit of love. There we go. So I'm going to start to do this, just sort of pushing it around. You know, let's just grab those edges. Okay, like so. And we can just push those and pull those down just a little bit more. And grab some verts. Okay, so it's really straightforward stuff at this stage. What you want to do is just go around your entire model and round it out until you can round it no more, and then start adding extra geometry. So let's just get on with this tail here. Okay, just there, and we can push that up there, and let's give that a little bit of depth there. Let's just push this right round like so. There we go. Whoops. Right, okay, so that's there, that's not too bad. Another good way of getting stuff to round out, if you don't want to go around and sort of push points and stuff all day, you can get the artisan tool and get that to smooth things out for you quite easily, very quickly as well. Let me just sort this bit out here, and then I'll give you a quick rundown of that, just to give you an idea of what you can do. So I think what we need to do is push these top parts of the leg in, and let's pull that out just a bit there. Let's do two at once, scale that in, push that back, same again there. Okay, so what we need to do is squeeze those together, and same on the front ones, like that. Okay, and then what we're trying to do here is just round out some form and stuff there, like so. There we go. So you just got to push it and push it and push it, and then once you can't reach any sort of more shapes and stuff, the thing to do is begin to add more geometry. I think we've got a bit of a triangle going on in there. Nothing too drastic. Let's just have a look. Yeah, so we can probably get rid of that guy. There we go. And what we do need is one coming across there, from there to there. Whoops, what's happened there? Whoops, we want that. I have to go in and sort that out. As I'm sure that is not correct. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's have a look at this here, and we may need to add something just inside here. Let's have a look. Bit of a tricky area already, so this is why I always say keep it low resolution at this point, because it's going to help you out. And what we can do, probably, we've got enough room, I think. Let's just have a quick look at that leg. I think what we can do is actually grab that. This is all due to change, of course, as we add edge loops. If we just do this and just come right across the body, around in there. I think I was trying to be too clever with that in there, to be honest, just to you know, get it all to look smart, but I think at this stage it's not really worth worrying about. And what have we got? We've got another one just in there as well, so we've got a couple of extra pieces that need a little bit of love. So that guy there, so we can take him to here. Let's have a look. One there. And we'll just bring that through there, like so. Let's have a look. And there we go, that's better. Okay, so that's all fixed in there. And that's good to go. Great stuff. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Right, so back to there, and just carry on, a little bit of blocking out. So just try and squeeze this as much as possible. I'm not really worried about looking at the reference for now, just more concerned about the actual bulk of everything. Okay, so let's just pop that back in there, and this guy as well. Like so. I'll just pull this up a little bit, and what we can do, we can drop all this ever so slightly. Now just round that out, and then grab this edge. Sometimes grabbing the edges is a lot quicker than just grabbing the verts, because you can engage the form a lot quicker as well doing it that way. So as you can see, there's, you know, you're grabbing more, as a, you know, you're grabbing 2 points per edge as opposed to 1 point with a vert. So okay, so I think what we can do is just round this out here, and I'll try and keep that a little bit snug, just going around into there as well, because I want to keep the jaw quite square on this guy as well, make it look a little bit meaner. Okay, so we're pretty good there, and just there as well. And let's just show our camera. So yeah, we want to keep that fairly kind of rounded, going out into there and up there as well. Okay, so we still need a lot of geometry and stuff to go through the body and down and round across the tail, but I think this should suffice for now for this particular chapter. Otherwise it's just going to become like watching paint dry while I do this. Okay, So that's all good. We don't want that one. Let's get rid of that one and just pop that back into there like so. And there you go. So I think what we'll do, we'll leave that there for now, and what I will do is just go around and just round it out using just the geometry we have, and in the next chapter what we'll do, we'll come back and add some more geometry and do some more of the same. So I shall see you, let's just have a quick look at that, I shall see you in the next chapter.
Okay, welcome back. Just carrying on where we were before. I'm going to add some more geometry now and just start to round out the shapes a little bit more. As you can see from the last chapter, I've just sort of rounded out the very basic geometry that we had. So what we're going to do is going to start to add some more loops and stuff like that, and hopefully start to get a bit more shape and get it to start to look more like this. If we just jump over into Photoshop, you can see I've got some reference and stuff open anyway, just so we can sort of flick backwards and forwards. Let's just minimize this just a little bit. Okay, like so, and we've got this good old Brachiosaurus image there. But really what I do like is the this kind of look that the elephant has got around the limbs and stuff. It's really nice and bulky and stuff, and the limbs don't sit exactly on the outside as they do on the model at the moment. You know, they're sort of all the skin's integrated and stuff like that, so that's the kind of thing that we want to be looking at. So let's crack on. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of that half, so I really don't need that right now. So let's do that. Okay, so let's grab this guy and we're going to run another edge loop to about there, I think, and we will put another one in there, I think, as well. One there, and another one here, and let's start to put a couple more in on the tail as well, so we can start to really pull those forms around, start to get it looking a bit more ideal as to how we want. So we're just going to concentrate on the body for now. So let's have a look at the head as well. So let's put one there, and I think that should do us for now. Actually, let's do one in the front as well, because we're going to need one around this area for the eye in the coming chapters. So let's crack on with that. So again, it's all going to be sort of, it might seem a little bit tedious watching me sort of pull and push points around, but it will give you an idea of the sort of thing that we are actually looking for to do. So, and also show you that, you know, the rounding out just by adding these extra few bits of geometry as well are going to be very useful. So what I want to do is just grab these guys now, because as I was just saying a minute ago, I want to start to integrate these sort of areas in a bit more, and let's just pull that out. Let's just grab that whole edge like so. Okay, and we can pull that one back just a little bit. And there. Okay. So we're going to really try and round this guy out now. Let's just grab that. Okay. So what I suggest we do is we really start to just grab it like this, and in fact let's press the B key, and so we've got that smooth transition going on like so. There we go. So that's going to start to work quite well. We may need to redirect a few edges and stuff on here, but I'm not going to worry about it right this minute. What I want to do is just deal with the form, if you like, of the creature itself. So let's sort of get a nice even balance of polys and edges as well. Okay. We can start to lift these up, because I want to try and get this sort of line going on around here. So we're going to try and keep things, as I say, evenly balanced. Okay, so we're not really concentrating too much on the legs. So let's just jump back and get some of this form back as well. So okay. And what I think as well we can do is, once we've sort of got these sort of shapes where we want them, we can add another edge loop through there as well. But first let's get back with this. There we go. Rhinos back to there. Whoops, a bit of a jump there from the graphics card. Okay, so we can start to see all this sort of working now. And another way you might want to do it is just go in and grab the artisan tool or the artisan brush and sort of sculpt it all out. Okay, so let's start rounding all of this neck area off. Like so. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. And what we'll do once we're sort of super happy with our general shape, what we can do is take it into ZBrush and really give it a good pull around, sort of like do a very low resolution sculpt of the creature itself. So just in there, not too sure about that area, just in there at the moment, but I'm sure we can change all that. So let's just pull all this up, get these a bit more. Let's just see if I can grab that area. There we go. So I'm going to grab that one and just grab these guys as well and get that, and we'll just take the back. And there we go. Okay, so as I mentioned, the artisan brush, I think what I'll do is we'll go and grab that. So we'll make sure we're in poly menu, edit mesh, and in fact, there we go, sculpt geometry tool. Okay, so let's just call that up, turn that reflection off, don't need that at all. Now I'll just hitting the B key, middle mouse, and let's go to object mode, and we'll just start to relax these ever so slightly. Okay, like so. Okay, so you can see it rounding off just to get things, and also the other thing as well, it does actually balance out the geometry as well, so any sort of odd areas, you know, I'm using the relax setting at the moment, so yeah, you can see it wants to try and make everything quite even. So we'll just do this like so. And then also what we can use is smooth. There we go. So it's pretty quick. You can probably do this in ZBrush as well, depending on how comfy you are doing it in Maya. Okay, so just going to make sure everything is going to plan. Okay, so
so it's not looking too bad. Just sort that out there, just give that a little bit more room. I mean, obviously you can't do everything with this brush, but it will get you sort of heading in the right direction that you want to go. Okay, so back to our move tool. So we want to grab this area here, just going to thicken these out just a little bit. We can grab that edge, there we go, that's all good. Get rid of that, we don't want that one. Okay, so let's pop that back as well. Okay. There we go. And we'll just get all these a little bit more equal there. So the other thing as well, if you make the mesh squarer, or the poly squarer, it's actually better for subdivision levels. When you go into software package like Mudbox or ZBrush to do any sculpting, so you don't have any sort of areas that are overly dense. Instead, everything's quite equal in terms of poly distribution, stuff like that, when you come to subdivide it. So it's just something worth bearing in mind. Okay, so where are we at here? Let's start to round the inside of this out a bit more, I think. I'm not too happy with that. And I'm probably going to need some more polys and stuff for the shape of the legs, but as I said, I'm not too concerned about the legs for the time being. And looks like we've got an odd poly there, I think we have. Yes, we do. So let's just have a look at that. I think what we need to do is jump in and just use our split poly tool, and we'll add a little bit more geometry. So that's good. It's good to show you the odds and sods, if you like, on the fly. Because when you're in a working environment, you're not necessarily going to be working super clinical and clean because of just the way things are. We're not machines, and it's just the way things are, I'm afraid. You can't expect to do everything perfectly, and that is a prime example there of me missing out that particular polygon there, and having to add the extra geometry to stop it from being a 5-sider plus polygon. So let's just move all these. So that's looking a lot better. So let's have a look around here. So I think what I'm going to do there is just bring that up in there a little bit more. That's better as well. So we're going to try and grab this, and what we're going to do is go to the X and hit 0 up here, and hopefully that should all put that back. Okay, like that, so it's all nice and level now. And what we're going to do is hide the camera as well. Okay, just like so. Let's give ourselves a little bit more room on the screen. Okay, so what we're going to do is just going to go down under here now. Start to just balance this out just under here. It's all looking a bit odd. Okay, like so. That's better. Okay. And there we go, just pop that there. Okay, there, and what we can do is just bring this back just a little bit. These two guys as well. just try and get those legs looking a little bit similar to each other in terms of geometry, because what we can do is, if we need to, is separate those out later on and use the UVs from one to copy to the other. So just those sort of things are worth bearing in mind. It may not necessarily happen that way, but sometimes it's always useful sort of using that as an option. So let's just put that up there, and that's there as well. Okay. So again, just trying to leave those legs alone for a bit. Okay, and swing it round, and just bring that up a little bit, and this guy there. And that one. Okay, not too worried about the tail at the moment. Not on the end anyway. We can still sort that out later on when we come to join the two halves up. Okay, so actually what I'll do is we'll just grab those faces on the end and we'll get rid of those for now. Okay, and then let's just straighten that up for now. Okay, as I said, not too worried about it at the moment. So let's go down to the head here. And start to round this guy up just a little bit as well. So, okay, so we might actually begin to do a little bit of cutting. Let's just get all the shape there first. And the other thing I do want to do is add some extra geo just there. Let's just see how we're adapting there. So that's all good. So what we will do is grab that loop there and deselect it from there all the way around the rest of the body itself. Okay, so just get rid of that one. Okay, all done. And what we're going to do is, let's have a look here. So we don't need those. And I think we'll leave that one there for now. And if we just slide that just up in there, so that's great. Okay, so that's all good. So now let's get on with rounding this guy out. I'm just going to call up the camera again. So I'm just going to start to just tweak this ever so slightly, you know, just round it all out. Still plenty to do, but we don't want it super sharp. Start to make it looking a little bit more organic as well now. And there we go, this is better. Like so. And what we can do, we can push that up ever so slightly. Okay, and we'll push that one up as well. Just want to get this sort of jawbone down just a little bit. Okay, so that's all okay. So I just really want to sort of start rounding it out just a bit more, like so. Okay. And that guy there, I think what we can do is just bring him right back here. And same with that one as well. bring these out. Okay, so it's getting a little bit rounder now. And there we go. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so what we want to do now is grab some of this geometry here. Let's just round this out a little bit more. It's a little bit scruffy there. Just tidy it up ever so slightly. And just push this out towards the edge of the jaw, like so. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just going to cut in some rough bits. So sort of from here around to here. I'm just going to take it all the way back to about there, and what I'll do, I'll end it there for now. Okay, like so, and what we can do is we can grab those faces. Again, this is just rough blocking out, nothing drastic, so we can get rid of that. So it's just going to give us an idea of placement and stuff for our creature. So we're just going to jump over into a side view, just see how we're getting on. And I'm just going to grab these verts and just bring those up, so it's not too bad at all. And like so. There we go. So just a little bit out there. And just bring these all down. That's better. Okay. Okay, and there. And what we can probably do, just grow that selection. Just bring that up inside there. And there as well. And the base of the tail, the join. There we go. Just thin that out ever so slightly there. Again, the legs, not too worried about that at the moment. So, okay, so the eye, I'm going to try and place there. So we're just going to cut a sort of slot for the eye. In fact, let's move this forward to about there. We'll use that area there for the eye. So I'm just going to cut this in like so. Okay. And then again, very rough geometry just to get that sort of shape in there before we head on and begin to detail this guy up. So there we go. And then what we'll do, let's just shape it up like so. Okay, There we go. And then all we're going to do is just delete that, jump into our side view, have a quick look, and we'll just shape it up just a bit more. So just make it a little bit smaller, it's a bit more squinty on this one. So we're just going to do this. And there we go. Like so. So that's all there. Okay, let's grab that. And we're just going to move that mouth into place just a little bit more. Now let's just take that area of influence back just a bit. There we go, that's better. Much nicer. Brilliant. Okay. And we'll just bring that down into here as well. We could probably close those up there. So let's switch to verts, and we'll just grab that and we'll merge those 2 points back. Where have they gone? There we go, that's fine. So I can grab that one and get rid of him. So there we go. So for now, yep, we got a sort of triangular area there, but we'll get rid of that later on as we go. And let's start to just sort of give that a little bit more roundness just going on in there. There we go. Okay, like so. So that's all looking pretty good. We've got this horn area to add, so let's go and have a look at that as well. So just want to grab a couple of faces on the top, see where we are. So I think we'll use those two, and what we'll do, we'll just extrude that up like so. Okay, and we'll delete that, those two faces there, and for now, so we'll just shape that up. There we go, and we just want to make it, give it that sort of roundish kind of shape. There we go, and then just grab that top bit, and we'll just push those in on the Z, and push that over to there, like so. Okay, so that's the sort of start of the base for the horn. There we go, like so. Let's just checking our side view, see where we are. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And there we go. So just give that a little bit of a lump just there on the back of the neck, and we'll just give this a little bit of a tickle just around there, and that's all done as well. Okay, that's good. Okay, so one more thing to add before we stop here, and that's just the earpiece. So I'm not cut anything into there, so what we're going to do is grab the face and just extrude this inwards. So just going to go all the way in like so, okay, and then just push that up, grab that there like so, grab the verts, and we'll leave that one as is. So we'll grab that over here, and we'll just push in the ear canal like so for now. So this is all very, very rough still got plenty to do. So what we'll do is leave that there, and we'll come back in the next part and carry on as we were. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. We're just going to jump straight back in and start adding more edge loops and stuff to our creature, so we can get a bit more shape going on, and we can eliminate some of these these tries and sort of odd sort of edges and things like that as well. So we're just going to get on and do that. So let's see how we go on here. So this kind of thing I'm not too fussed about at the moment. What we can do is just grab and delete those edges just for a minute, and what we'll do is we're going to bring this round and up here. So let's grab that, and we'll swing this one all the way up just to there for now. so, and there, that's better. And then we'll grab this guy and we can put him back, and then that one can run underneath. Okay, like so, nothing drastic, it's just all extra geometry to fiddle around with. As you can see, there's a little bit of a mess, so what we can do is we can go back and just grab those, and make sure you use your delete edge vertex command. There we go, so that's all done. So what we want to do now is add another edge in there, and we're going to start to round things out a little bit more as well. Okay, so let's just jump in and be a bit gung-ho with this. Okay, like so. So this is really where I'm looking at getting the shape right. Now for this chapter, we're going to start to round things out, and once we've got this chapter out of the way, we'll start to break the next bunch of chapters down into sections. So we'll get on with the head, and then we'll look at the feet and legs and so on. So for this chapter, this is going to be like the last of the rounding out sort of stuff, and then we'll begin to refine everything and start adding those extra bits to make the model start to pop. So we're just going to start to put in these loops and stuff. There we go, like so. And we can start to still look at our drawing there, so that's going to come back forward just a little bit more, just there. So let's just round this guy out ever so slightly there. So that's all looking quite good. We'll just bring that up and in there. Okay, like so, that's all good. So let's have a look under here as well. So what I think we can do is begin to add just some extra bits just under here. I'm not too fussed about the spacing on this at the moment. Okay, let's leave that there for now. And we can grab that one and put that there. And let's just zoom in. And grab some verts. And start to pull these guys around a little bit as well. Get a little bit more jaw shape as well going on in there. That's looking better. I don't want to make it too round because I want to keep this sort of like nice bony edge, but once we go into ZBrush, we'll be able to really sort that sort of lumpiness and stuff out in there. I'll just leave that there for now as well, and we'll just grab these guys and just pull those there. So it's all looking pretty good. Okay. And we'll just bring that out, just make a bit of a lump out of that one. And that one as well. And we'll bring that down just a little bit more there. And begin to round this out as well. Okay, so just cut that one back in, like so. There we go. Okay. So I'm just trying to look at the mesh while I'm doing this, try and keep in the geometry or the quads as square as you can, really. Reason being is it's just easier for sculpting when you jump over into ZBrush or Mudbox. You don't get sort of bunching on the mesh, stuff like that. So it's just something to be aware of. Okay, so let's just do that. That's pretty good. We can start to bring these in just a little bit more. So let's just grab up that bunch. And sometimes it can't be helped, you know, with the way the geometry laid out, stuff like that. So all you can do is your best, really, to get that to work. So what I think I will do is if we just grab these and just move these back a little bit, just use a bit of license really away from the concept art there stuck in the background on the image plane. I think what we can do is just bring that back just a little bit, and there as well. And for here, I think what we'll do, we'll run another couple of loops just on there, just on that surface. Okay, about there, so that's a bit better. We will run some more bits and pieces down and through here, of course, and let's start to shape out this horn area where the horn's going to go. Okay. That's not too bad. Again, we're just sort of getting the geometry back into position, making it just look a little bit tidier and ready for the next chapter. Like I said, we're going to divide everything into sections once we've got all the geo into place in this particular chapter. So I'm just going to shape this a bit more as well around the neck. And the other ones that I really need to take care of are the legs now. Okay, so I'm just going to lower this back down just a little bit, just so we can sort of match, you know, keep this sort of stuff parallel as to where we want to go. Okay, so quite happy with the way the head geometry is sitting at the moment. Because the other thing as well, once we start to go into the more, like I say, the sections, we're going to start running edge loops off and round the body, and sort of try and get some sort of muscle sort of definition in place before we actually hit the sculpt a little bit later on. So just something for you to bear in mind as to what's going to be coming up. Let's just drop that down there a little bit more. Okay, so what we want to do is I'm going to add another loop through there. Okay, so let's just tidy this guy up a little bit, just around here, and we'll just pull that back a bit, like so, and there we go, and get that into place. There we go, that's good. The other thing I want to do as well is we'll divide up the legs and stuff, obviously. Is we're going to get some toes and stuff put in there, but what I want to do is model those separately instead of having them you know, as being part of the body as well, because it's although we could model those to the actual foot itself, I think it'll be nice in keeping with the way we'll do the teeth and stuff as well, because they're going to be separate pieces along the way, as with the tongue and the eyes and stuff like that. So we're going to keep the toes a little bit separate. Okay, so that's not too bad there. So let's add some loops. So we'll do another one here. Okay, and we'll do the same there. Just keep it all in line, just so we've got an equal amount. Okay, like so, and then through there. Although that's gone under the body there. Let's undo that a second. Okay, let's have a look at that. So what I need to do is grab those polys just there. Let's just move that back a bit. And let's have a quick look. Okay, so what I'd like to do is we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way, do it by hand. So we'll just cut this round like so. And as you can see, we've got this area here where I wanted the extra geo to go, and it's going to cause just a tiny little issue there, and you should be able to just do that. Grab that one and point snap that and move him sort of back into place. For now we'll just merge that vert as well. So where's my shortcut? And there it is on the shelf, and we'll just nip around the back and we'll do this one as well. So there we go, and now we'll just try and keep it all sort of clean, as I said before. Keep it all nice and square as best possible. Okay, so we're just going to grab that, merge that, that's done. Okay, and we're going to slide this guy along just a little bit. So I'm just going to move him to about there. In fact, let's get rid of that one, we want to do this one. Okay, and we'll grab these guys as well, just shift those back just ever so slightly, and that's better already. Good. Okay, so a little bit of shaping. So as you can see, it's coming on, you know, already now. So yeah, you can see the shape of the creature begins to bulk out as we add all this extra geo. I'm just going to bring that, just make this a bit fatter just there as well. And we're just going to bring that knee forward. And deselect that, we don't want that one. Okay, so that's better already. Okay, and then just bring that back. So we've got 1, 2 and 3. Okay, there. I'm not too happy about that in that area there at the moment, but we can sort that out later on. So I think we can probably pop that back in there a little bit. Actually, that's better. It's not so offending now. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's good. Okay, so that's all beginning to measure up there. Okay, so a little bit of shape just on the front there, nothing too much. Okay. Okay, so what we can do, okay, is add some more geo. Whoops, wrong one. So insert the old edge loop. So we want one there, and one round there. Same again, and same again. Okay, so that's plenty of geo around the legs and stuff for us to sort of start shaping those out a bit finer in the next few sections. But what we'll do for the time being, we'll just get everything just a little bit nicer for that. Okay, there we go. Just round that out ever so slightly. In fact, what we could do, we could use the artisan brush again, just to get things a little bit done a little bit quicker. And what we'll do that on the back leg. We'll do this one by hand for now. Okay, like so. And then we'll start to round these guys out in the back here. Whoops, that's what we got there. Okay. The thing to do with the geo, if you're using quite a low resolution mesh, is just to push the forms as far as you can before adding more geo. So really we did push as much as we could, really, without going overboard and making the creature look too stocky. And then we've had to add these extra bits of geo now just to start to round things out and start to bring us the proper forms of the creature that we're looking for. So it's just something worth bearing in mind there. And also, the more geo you have, the more work you'll have to do, and so on. So there's a bit of a knock-on effect. So you know, just keep adding to it, sort of like layers, really. Okay, so let's bring that out. Okay, and there. And in fact, what I'll do is bulk that front bit out just a little bit there. Okay. There we go. Okay, like so. And then just on the inside here as well, just start to round it all out. Just in there. There we go. Okay, something like that. And for now, we'll leave that as is. Okay, so as I mentioned, the artisan brush, so we can round out this back leg. So what we'll do, we'll just scale the brush down, and hopefully and for some reason that's not working for me, so let me just see what's going on. Okay, so for some reason my artisan brush has decided not to work on me there for a minute. Okay, let's go and pick it from there just in case the shortcut on the shelf has gone a bit gaga. Okay, let's have a look. No, it's just decided not to work at all for me here. That's a bit of a strange one. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go back in and we'll do that manually, and I'll sure have a look at that and see why that doesn't work in the meanwhile. Okay. So again, we'll just round this out like so, and just bring that tail down, start to bring these all down as well, just to round it all out. Okay. I'm just trying to think of why that artisan tool isn't working for me. It's just it's quite a bit of an annoyance, especially when you're trying to show people something. But we'll figure that out for the next chapter. And if I figure out what it is, I shall let you know. I'm sure I will. So for now, we'll just have to, as I said before, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. That's better. So you can see the shape of this starting to come into its own now. There we go. That's better. Just rounding it all out. Get rid of all that sort of pointiness and stuff we've got going on at the moment. Start to look a bit more organic. And we'll grab these just here. Okay, so that's all looking good. And there we go. So let's just bring that back as well. Right in there. And just round these guys out just in here. I can grab it. There we go. So there we go. So that's pretty much that sorted out. What we'll obviously do as well is, as we're going into these next few sections, we will be adding obviously more geo and stuff, but sort of the basis really for the bulk of this is done. And so the next section we can start looking at probably the head and start sort of refining, you know, these areas, adding the eyeballs, stuff like that. So I'm just going to give this a quick tickle, and then we'll leave it there, and we shall see you in the next chapter. So I think we'll call that a day there, and I shall see you in the next section. So cheers for now. Okay, welcome back. In the last chapter we added the extra edge loops and stuff like that, and we went round and shaped up some more of the creature. So as I mentioned in the last chapter, we're going to start to isolate some of these areas and work on those separately. So what we're going to do is detach the head from and the neck from the body, and we're just going to jump in and get on with that straight away. So if we just delete some history off there, grab that, do Control H to hide that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to jump straight in, and we're going to select the eye itself, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to extrude those edges inward. So we're going to start to create a sort of like an eye socket. So let's just hit F and zoom out just a little bit, and if I can grab that, there we go. So I just want to give that just a little bit of depth just there on the back, and we'll just push that in there, and we'll just start to squeeze some of these verts down just a little bit more. Let's just have a quick look at our eye. So we've got kind of a flat sort of top to the eye on this one, and we'll just bring this up just a little bit more. Okay, like so. So that's going to look a little bit meaner there, and looking at this as well, we just need to get this a little bit flatter as well. And we're going to start to really sort of put in some nice details and stuff, you know, get all this other stuff bulked out. So this may go over into another chapter or so for the head, but you know, we want to try and get as much of it done in Maya as possible without having to rely on the sculpting tools alone. So give you an idea of how to achieve form without you know, as I say, relying on a sculpting software. So okay, so we're just going to do that like so, and what we're going to do is going to bring that up just a little bit there, and there as well. In fact, we'll drop that back down, and we'll move those up there.
like so. Okay. And what we've got going on here as well, there's a slight dent just into the sort of front of the face there. You can just about make it out there that I've done on the sketch itself. So I'm just going to bring all of this back in just a little bit and try and keep the shape as we go. So the other thing I want to do now is quite a good sheet, something I picked up whilst at work, and sometimes it doesn't always occur how to do certain things unless someone else shows you something, and that's to create the actual back of the eye socket and give us a nice sort of rounded area. So what we need to do is create a sphere. So we want to create a sphere that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sides. So we're going to go create polygon primitive and the sphere, and I'm just going to type in 8 in the channel box like so, and with W selected, hit the V key and just snap that anywhere sort of in that area. Okay, so just going to rotate this round like so, and there we go. So I'm just going to grab some of those front faces, going to delete those. Okay, scale that down to sort of about there. Okay, like so. And it's quite a nice tidy little way to do it. Usually what I do is just extrude inwards and create like a sock, but doing it this way can actually sort of help tidy things up a bit later on. So we've got something to put the eye into. Okay, so like that, like so, and then what we can do is grab and do another extrusion on that. Okay, and this time what I'm going to do is going to go upwards and outwards. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to vertex mode, and we're going to begin to snap all of these points like so to the sphere. So it's a very easy way and pretty quick as well to achieve an eye socket, and you know that your eyeball is going to fit inside there. And then it's just really down to us what kind of shape we're looking to make on the outside. Okay, like so. So there we go. So what we need to do now is combine these together. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to need to show my border edges just to make sure everything is about to get merged vertice wise. Okay, like so. So I just want to check we've got all of these selected, and there we go. And going to hit the merge verts, just double check our tolerance or our threshold. Let's do it at 0.50 and apply that. 1 second. Okay, so what I think we need to do is select this. Okay, convert the selection to faces, control, hold the right mouse button down, grow selection, and then just hit G. Okay, and I think we need to reverse the face, and there we go. So now that should all sort of make sense, and our border edge has now disappeared, which is what we wanted. So that's all good. Okay, so just going to tweak this just a little bit. Okay, just so it all fits nicely. We could probably just grab some of this lid, just a tiny bit, just a bit of tweaking. Don't want to overcook it, obviously. And we can bring that in like so. And we'll grab that guy and we'll push him out, and we'll bring these ones across. Okay, there we go. So what we may want to do is just grab that set of edges, just thicken up that eyelid just there for now. Okay, because what we're going to do, we're going to add more geometry to the outside anyway, and then start to shape that up a bit better as well. So okay, so that's just a very quick and easy way to sort that out. And what you can do as well, if you're into quads as much as I am, and you can just nip in there and just get rid of those triangles on there. So that's all good. So what we need to do now is we're going to start to sort of develop the mouth area now. Okay, and what we can do is just grab these edges. Okay, so we're going to do another extrusion and inwards like so, and just bring those to about there for now, I think. In fact, what we can do is, if we get rid of this one, and that one as well. Okay, just going to get rid of those for a minute, and then grab these. Okay, so W, and with the V key selected, just grab these guys and snap those there, and again going to merge those. There we go. Okay, and then just tidy up the geo like so. Okay, and then whoops, grab our edges once again, and using the scale tool just to level that geometry out a little bit, just keep it tidy. Okay, and then we're going to extrude those edges, so we're going to go once and again twice like so. Okay, then again snap that to those edges there. Okay, and do a quick selection and merge your verts, and they're all done. Okay, so what we want to do now is create sort of a cavity sort of area, so this goes deeper and deeper into the mouth area. So let's just get rid of that for a moment. Okay, so what we need to do, I think, okay, let's have a look. So we're going to grab this guy. Okay, just going to come round like so, and just make sure. Okay, let's go again. Let's do that first, and that corner there. Okay, and then we'll just bring this round into that. Okay, like so, and then do the same thing on that corner, just so we finish with some nice quads. And again, a little bit of shaping. Okay, to do. There we go. So what this is going to do is give us sort of like a lip thickness, and then we can begin to sort of extrude all this stuff up and out. And I think what we'll do as well there, and what we can do, we just jump around under here. There we go. And we'll just grab that front area as well. Okay, I'll just pop that back. Okay, so you want something like that. And then what we can do is if we grab our selection brush, we just jump in, quickly grab those, and same with these ones. Okay, like that. And then again, what we're going to do is extrude to about there. I think that's good enough. Don't worry about these edges or faces even, because those we can just get rid of like so. And then we want to bring some of this stuff back in. Okay. And we'll just grab these. Get rid of these for now. Don't need these at the moment. Okay. Like so. Not too happy about that join there that we have just on the edges at the moment, but we'll sort it out as we add more geometry, stuff like that, just to tweak it all up. And let's just make sure that our cavity or our inner mouth is all going to be sitting inside and not outside our model, so it keeps it all nice and tidy like so. And we'll just round this off and bring that in. Okay, and we'll do the same with the top. We want to keep that away from the eyeball, really, ideally. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look at this around here. It's not too bad, but ideally I wouldn't want it to be like that too much. So what I think we can do, let's have a look. Let's just grab these. And we'll just use the scale tool there. Okay, and we'll extrude that back like so and up, and we'll go to R and and hit D and V, and then you can snap that, and then what we'll do, we'll scale that back in like so, and then that'll enable us to bring that in once again like so, and there we go. Okay, so I'm going to leave that there for now, so that's good enough. Let's just add some divisions as well. Okay, and we'll do that one there for now. Okay, so that's good. And then what we want to do is add an edge loop through here, and then we're going to scale that. Whoops, no we're not. So what we'll have to do is just grab these edges a couple at a time and start to round out the mouth sort of area. The idea that I want to do is something very similar to a crocodile, where the teeth are sort of on the outside of the creature, but we won't do that right this second. So I think this is all going okay, but we will be putting some extrusions on the outside and stuff, so that's good there. And just, whoops, wrong one. Okay. And again, just on there. So that's much better now. You all ready? So even if we hit 3 on the keyboard, you can see the form already is starting to take shape. Although we do need still a fair bit of geometry to carry on. So I'm going to start adding some more into the neck as well now. Okay, like so. Start to get that sort of bumpy kind of look going on as well. And as you can see, you've got a little bit of intersecting going on there with the neck, so those are all okay there. So it's just a case of pulling these guys in just to about there as well. Nothing drastic. Okay, so we were rounding this out, so let's carry on with that. And we'll start to create that kind of bumpiness as well. We'll just raise a bit of geometry, lower a bit of geometry, and so on. And then just make sure all of this, try not to move those end ones actually too much at the moment. So just bring all this round. Okay, like so. Okay, let's have a look under here. So we've got all this going on at the moment. So we'll grab that and we'll cut that straight across around there. Whoops. There we go. So that's okay. So I'm going to start to add sort of areas that I want to be a little bit sort of more fleshy than others. Obviously the jaw I want to keep nice and bony, but the underside with sort of the wattle, if you like, would be, and stuff. That sort of fleshy bit under the chin and neck. So this would be sort of like the area where the tongue would be as well, be resting. So we're just going to push that up and in like so. And then what I'd like to do is, let's put another loop in. This one's going to go in by hand. I'm not going to use the add or the insert tool at the moment, because we're still, although we've got sort of the basis of our shape, still need to sort of cut in extra bits and pieces like this. Okay, like so. I'm not concerned about areas like that. That's all you need to do is just grab those snap those there like so. So you can keep doing that sort of thing all the way around, and then do the same there. Okay, so we'll just merge those up as well. Okay, so what have we got here? Let's have a look. So I think what we can do is add a couple of loops sort of around the eye area. Okay, and then what we can do is begin to sort of shape this area out as well. So just need to pull that inner mouth in just a little bit more, because we've raised that inner area under the neck there. Okay, like so. So let's start to get sort of shapes and things going on here, stuff like that. And so look at the drawing. So what we could do is actually grab the geometry there on the eye and hit B just to give us a soft fall off on that. I just lower that just a little bit. There we go, like so. Okay, and then start to add the extra shape now to the head. And I think what we can do as well start to add in the sort of the jaw areas and stuff like that. So as you can see, we've got this going on here. Okay, like so. Okay, and what we'll do is push that top bit in ever so slightly, just around there, and also we've got a little bit of a lump that we've created on the back there. So that's all good, and the other thing that I would like to do is begin to sort of give us a bit more shape around this area as well. Okay, like so. And what we can do is get rid of the geometry there, and let's have a look here. So we've got a 5 side, and what we could do is grab that guy and snap him there, and then just bring his loop back into there a little bit. And let's have a look here. We can probably do something very similar sort of around here, okay, like so, but that leaves us a triangle there, which isn't a problem. So first of all, what we'll do, we'll merge that up, and we'll merge that one up as well on the verts, and then we'll just grab our split poly and run that back through there. So that's done. Grab your edge and delete that, that's gone. Okay, so that tidies that up a little bit better, and what we can do is just start to space these out. Let's get rid of that, we don't need that one. Okay, like so, and we'll just bring these all round now. Okay, so let's get in there now. Good, see a bit of shape, a bit of character coming out, which is really good. Cool,
Okay, so let's have a look here. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so I want to try and keep this edge sort of fairly hard around the top of the skull. So what we're going to do is we're going to give it sort of like that sort of triceratops sort of style of hard head. So let's see what we can do here. We can just end that there for a minute, and we'll pop that there and that on there. So that's looking pretty good there, and we'll just start to shape that a bit as well. Let's just bring that forward ever so slightly on that area, because we're going to put some nostrils in just in this sort of area at some point as well, and there. So that's pretty good. So that's good as well. So what I think we'll do, we'll add the bit of fleshiness to the horn area, and then we'll end this chapter here, and then we'll come back and we'll do a bit more in the next chapter. So let's get some of this done, because I don't want the chapters to be sort of too long and tedious watching this stuff. So what we'll do, we'll keep them sort of as short and sweet as possible, but with maximum interest doing this stuff. So okay, so let's grab another loop there, and what we can do with that one is if we just scale that just so we get a little bit of sort of shape on there as well. I think that's pretty good. That should suffice for that. And then okay, let's just grab these edges. This is where we're going to add a little bit of thickness for skin as well. So just going to extrude this inwards like so. I don't want it overly thick, because we're going to sort of bulk up the outside a little bit as well. Going to hit G to repeat the command, and what we can do, whoops, is just come in there and we'll just scale that in and down for now. Okay, like so. So that's pretty good. Okay, let's see how we're looking. So we get in there. Okay, let's grab some geometry. Let's run it down through here, because I want to try and get more definition for this area as well. Let's just enter that one there for now, and then from there we'll grab a loop through there. That's going to go back inside the mouth, doesn't matter, so that's all good. So we can start to sort of shape this up now. So let's grab another loop there, another one there, and we'll run that. No, we can't, because it's not going to let us. So let's pop that one there and join these guys up here, which is cool. Again, not too worried about anything going on here at the moment, because we can always join this up later. So what we can do is start to push this stuff. In fact, we can bring that outwards, I think, a bit more, and that one inwards. Like so. So we get that kind of lip going on there on that edge, and let's just bring that forward. Let's just grab those and bring that there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that there for now, and so otherwise we're going to start getting sort of too long on this chapter, and then we'll carry on in the next one, and we'll see how much more we can get blocked out and start adding a few more of these sort of lines and details as well. So I shall see you in the next chapter. Cheers for now. Okay, welcome back. Carrying on from last time, we're going to add more geometry to the mesh, and we'll start to optimize it as well a little bit more. Get rid of some of these odd size quads and get rid of the triangles and start to give it a little bit more form. What we'll do as well before we actually move on to another set of limbs or the bodywork, we'll actually refine the shape and stuff of the head, and also we'll put some gums and stuff in, and even a tongue as well, and some sort of teeth as well that we need to do as well. So that'll probably run into the next chapter as well. So let's get cracking and start adding some more geo and stuff and tidy this guy up. So let's move in on these triangles just down here, and just using the split poly tool, just going to start to get rid of these triangles like so. Okay, so just going to grab that edge just there as well. Now, as you can see here, we've got this odd triangle going on just on the corner there, so what you can do is grab that vert, snap that to the one next to it, okay, and then you can just merge that together, and we've got some nice quads and stuff going on there already as well. So that just carries that one on. So before we do move on to the rest of the mesh here, what I'd like to do is we just go and select some faces and grab this guy, and what I would like to do is add a nostril. So let's grab that using the extrude tool, and I'm just going to shrink that down there. Not too worried about the shape at the moment, just want to get a hole in there at the moment, just like we did with the ear socket and stuff. Okay, so we're going to grab that and hit the G key to repeat the command, and push that in. Just going to scale that on the Z plane just to get it nice and straight, and then we'll taper that off and then just bring that upwards like so, so it doesn't show very much like that. And we'll add an edge loop as well, so I'll add that to about there, and we'll just give it a little bit of a curve like so. Okay, so that's that done. So let's have a look down here, and what I'd like to do, let's concentrate on this area here. So if we grab that, and what we can do, delete that, and now we can run a new edge loop down the back of the neck there, and then grabbing the split poly tool, just join that up. So that's all good. Okay, so now what we want to do is start to sort of round this guy out a little bit more, because let's do this with the edges, and we don't want that one, and then we can slide that down like so, so that balances that just a little bit better. Okay, and what I'd like to do as well, just looking at this one here, because this is very big sort of set of polys going on down here, so I'm going to delete this one here, okay, like so, and we're going to run another edge loop just down there like that, and we're going to join that up on the corner, as you can see there, and then I'm going to run this one from here and then move that down there like so. Okay, and then we can grab that edge there, let's just get rid of that there, and just start to just move things forward. Whoops, like so. So we just move things around, start to balance up the mesh as well. Okay, there we go. Sometimes you can't help it, but you will get sort of odd sizes, but ideally if you are going to head into a sculpting program like ZBrush or Mudbox, then it's really good to get your polys as square as you can, because when you start subdividing you're going to get a lot of bunching and stuff like that, which really isn't ideal, but in some cases it can't be helped, so it's just something to take on board. But I'm going to try and sort of just give these a little bit of a balance throughout the whole thing. Okay, so just moving on, just down here. I'll just grab these guys as well. Okay, like so. And then we can start to balance everything out. And I'll leave that one there because we've got to go on to the neck area yet anyway. So, okay, so let's have a look at this. So we can go down here, we can do something very similar. And we're going to get rid of that one, and we're going to get rid of that one as well. Okay, and let's just get rid of that guy as well, just for the time being. And what we can do is, let's have a look here, let's run, we'll put an edge loop through there, okay, like so, and then we can select this guy, and then these guys here, just so those run round, and again, just going to start sliding things around, just to make it all look good. In fact, let's go back to there, like so, and see where we can get on here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is run another one just through the middle of that one. Okay, split poly tool just to join that back up, so it's not too bad. And the thing now, what we need to do is just make sure I haven't grabbed too many points there. So I'll start to round this out, okay, like so. So just making it a bit more organic and stuff, and we can start to bring that in, so it's sort of sticking out a bit too much for my liking. And we can probably grab those there and just bring those outwards like so, okay, and then we can round this out just under here. As you can see, it's already starting to take shape much better now as well. So let's just start to do these as well, just while I'm there, and grab this guy. Just to keep all the sort of the flow of the skull shape sort of going around and stuff. And obviously we've got a few little dinks and stuff to get rid of, but that's not a problem. So let's grab that, and I'm just going to deselect that from there, slide that up just a little bit more. Okay, in fact we can drop that one down there and there. There we go. Didn't really want to move these, but because of the join back to the body, but it's not too bad, I don't think. So from there, as well, that's pretty good. Okay, like so. And then what we need to do is jump in just on these guys here and just round this out. Okay, and again start to do all of this stuff as well. There we go. And we can bring that forward. That one back a bit, like so. Okay, and then join that up. Just bring this eye up a little bit, just making this a little bit more balanced out as well. Because as I said, once you start subdividing, you'll get a lot of bunching and stuff if the mesh is all over the place. Okay, like so. It's looking pretty good. I'm happy with that for now. Okay, so what we can do with this is just bring this up just a little bit more here, and we can bring that just to there and that one there. Okay, like so. I'm just looking at this area here, but I think because we've got this to add, let's jump in and see what we can do with that there. Okay, like so. And we'll just boost that just a little bit. Okay. And we'll just bring that back just a tiny bit as well. And not forgetting to join that guy up just there. There we go. Okay, I'm not really liking what's going on here, so what we can do to combat that, if we just get rid of that like so, although we've got a nasty looking triangle sort of going on there, we can now get rid of this. Okay, and all I'm going to do for that actual piece there is we're just going to run that back. Okay, but I'm not going to run it all the way back, just to there for now, because I'm not sure where we're going to be with the rest of the body at that point at the moment. So we'll just keep that there, and we can just concentrate on the rest of this as well. Okay, so let's bring that up, and as you can see, we've got a triangle there as well. So let's have a look at this. Probably bring that in, and we could probably run. Let's have a look. Okay, so keep that straight, keep that there. Okay, so while we're figuring this out, so just while I'm looking at that, I can judge just by shaping some of this as to where we can take this. And I think what we can do is if we take that to there, like so. Let's see what we can do. Let's have a look. And again, that's not too bad from there. And then we can just grab that edge. Whoops. That one there. Get rid of that. That's fine. Okay, so that's solved that. That's nice. That's all looking good. And we can just bring all of this back as well. So that's all good. Okay, so what we want to do now, we've got these huge gaps here really. There's not really much more we can do with that, so what I suggest we do is start to add some geometry to those areas and along here as well. So that's going to go on the inside there, around the top of the head and on the inner mouth, and also I think we should add another one there as well. Okay, so let's have a look at that. That's not too bad, and what we can do is begin to grab this guy. You can slide him back just a bit more. Okay, and do the same again with that one. Okay, and then just grab these guys as well. Okay, we'll just let that go on that one. Just deselect those edges in there, and what we can do is slide those ones as well. So just start to, again, as I was talking about earlier, just trying to get an optimized kind of mesh going on. Let's see if we can run that there, that's better. There we go, that's much nicer. Okay, and we can just grab these two and just run them around there as well. Okay. And where are we? Let's see if we can grab these guys here. Not those, don't want those. Let's get rid of those. Whoops. Okay. And again, just slide that along to about there. And same with that one. Whoops. Get the right tool. So I think what we can do, we can afford to run 2 more loops, I think, just down here. Let's just have a look at that, see how that's looking. That's pretty good. And the same there as well. And what I will do is, if we just get rid of the edges just along here for now, and then when it comes to looking at the body, we can then determine what we're going to do with that stuff. So I'm just going to delete those edges and verts. Whoops, let's just do that by hand instead of using the command, just so we keep the shape there. So as you can see, just by using the delete key, or the backspace, or I beg your pardon, the tab key, you know, you'll keep your verts on the actual mesh, but by using the delete edge vertex, you will actually get rid of everything, so causing that collapse to happen that you saw just there when I did that. Okay, so let's go in and just tune these guys up. Okay, like so. So that's pretty good. And what I want to look at as well is this kind of line that we get going along the body itself. As you can see, let's just have a look at the reference. You can see this line that goes along and all the way along there. So we're going to start to sort of decipher that on the mesh as well. So I'm just going to start to pull out this kind of area just here, like so. Okay, and that can be a starting point for that area. Okay, there we go. So let's just pop that there like so. Okay, and I think what we can do is pop that there, and then just start to get rid of a fair bit of the squareness that's going on the jaw now, I think. Let's just pull that back down into there, and we'll start to shape this up a little bit better. Okay, so as you can see, it's not taking very long to get to this point. You know, once you start adding geometry and moving things around, you do start to see the improvement in the form straight away. As long as you do see an improvement, of course, and as long as it doesn't get worse, then that's all good. Okay, So let's just grab these guys just here, and we're just going to slide those back in this direction to about there just to balance that out. And I'm just going to grab these ones as well, just around here. Now we'll go on the inside as well. So we want, let's just have a quick look. Oh, there we go, that's the one. Okay, just grab those and we'll slide those guys around as well. There we go. So we can grab that. A bit of trouble grabbing that there. Okay, so that's better. That's much better. Okay, so I think we can move this guy. Why is he not selected all the way around? There we go, that's better. And we can slide that in as well, just to give us that little bit extra on that. Okay, so that's all good. So a little bit of tweaking, as you can see, but it doesn't hurt. Obviously it all goes towards the greater good, hopefully. We'll just sort of balance that out just a little bit. And we added that extra little bit of geometry there, that edge loop, so we can just sort of start to round off these kinds of areas as well. So let's do that. And we grab, let's just grab that lot completely, like so. And then what we'll do, just deselect that stuff on the inside. Okay. And there as well, because we don't need that bit. And there. Okay, so then we can just put all that around. Let's just get rid of that intersecting that's going on there. We don't want that. Okay. And then we can just grab those two dudes sitting in there, like so. And then we can start to just play around with that a little bit more. Okay. Now I think I should cover that, so that's all good. And I'm just going to look at this eye area here, so we can sort of eliminate any of the space that's going on just across there. So let's have a quick look at that. So we bring that right round into there. Let's have a look. So we can probably sort of tune this up just a little bit there. Okay, so we've got that guy there. So I think we can probably give ourselves just a little bit more room for geometry there. And of course we can always sort of eliminate some geometry by spinning the faces and stuff like that, which we'll do a little bit later. Okay, let's get rid of that. Especially when we come to do the muscle sort of sections on the legs and stuff, just to define that. So we're going to probably end up redirecting a lot of edge flow and stuff. For the head, really, it's not as important, because this head's quite a bony looking head, so all the muscle really is going to be sort of in these areas really and stuff, and around the eyes and everything, so which we've already got the geometry for there. So let's do that. Okay, so we're going to run another loop just through here. Okay, like so. And then what we can do, grab that edge, get rid of that, and that's done. Okay. And just start to tweak a couple more bits. There we go. Okay. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do now is just add a little bit of geo around that area as well, just on here. So let's just squeeze that a little bit more and just push that back a bit, and then I'll do another one like so. Pull that out a little bit. Okay, and we're going to close this up just a tiny bit, I think, like so, and we're going to push that back inwards as well, and we'll grab that in there, and we'll convert that to faces like so, and we're going to hit R just to scale it back in just a tiny bit. Let's just see where that goes, and again what we'll do, we'll redirect that inside, kind of like with a human ear, really, the ear canal going back like that. Okay. Okay, like so, so that's not too bad. Okay, and then we can squash that down as well, and just grab those verts. And just bring that back in. There we go. So that's looking pretty good. And I think what we can do is just bring those out just a little bit more there, and then add another one just on the inside like so. Let's just have a look at this eye. In fact, let's just stand back and have a look at the mesh now, so you can see that's a heck of a lot better. You know, we've got some shape going on there now as well. Let's just pull that down just a little bit more. Just bring that around as well. And there. Okay, that's good. So just go back up to the eye where we were. So just going to give this a little bit more shape. Like so. And then once we've done this, we'll call it a day on this particular chapter, and then we'll come right back and do some other bits and pieces. Obviously we need to sort this area out for the horn, add the horn, and we'll do some of the inner mouth and bits and pieces like that, and just refine a bit more of the mesh, and have a look at the neck as well on that. So let's do this eye first. Let's keep it all going. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's almost like a semi sort of chameleon eye going on there. So let's just pull this in and around. Okay. And we'll do one just on the center there as well. I'll just pull that out. Like so. And just grab the edge. I think what we'll do as well in the next section, we'll throw a sphere in there for good measure so we can get a better shape on the eyeball itself, which is always ideal really, instead of just guessing the shape. Okay, so I think let's just bring that out. And we can push these back down, I think, just a little bit, just to give it a bit more sort of definition around there. Obviously it's all open to changing, but we should be okay, I think, for now. So we just stand back, just have a look at our creature. What we must do is delete the history, of course, and I think that's starting to get underway there. It's starting to get a little bit of character as well. So let's just have a quick look at that. So yeah, that's starting to come to life now. That's looking much more pleasing for myself. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll leave this chapter here, and we'll come back and we'll get on with the other bits and pieces. So I shall see you in the next section. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. We're just going to carry on refining the head and add in a bit more geometry. So let's jump on in. So first thing I want to do is actually look at this bit here, because what I think I can do is, looking at the geometry that's running back towards the neck, I want to sort of balance this area out a little bit more and sort of adjust a bit more of the geometry around this part as well, just sort of shuffle the edges around a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this guy, just delete him out, grab our split poly tool, and just going to drop that there, and then I'm going to grab the insert edge ring, put one there, and then just connect those up like so. Okay, and then what we can do is grab and delete that edge for now, and I'm just going to grab this one and this one, and just going to slide these down just a little bit there. Okay, nothing drastic, and we're just going to grab the edge just to round everything back in. Okay, again, split poly tool and drop that in like so. Okay, so that's all good. So the next bit is to get rid of this, and we're going to run that one all the way down there as well and join that back up, so quads again. So as you can see, a little bit bunched just there and there, so we can adjust that now. So I'm just going to select our edges, okay, like so, and all we're going to do is just slide those down ever so slightly like so. Whoops, and we don't need all of those either. So let's do that, and again just a little bit of tweaking and stuff like that. So this particular chapter I really want to sort of go for broke with some of this stuff in here and start adding some nice details and stuff, and we'll see how far we get, and hopefully we should get a fair distance on this. and hopefully add the horn. I want to add some like crocodile teeth and just sort of give the interior of the mouth a little bit of a tickle in this particular chapter, because obviously we still need the tongue and stuff as well, so we might block out a very rough tongue as well if we get that. So yeah, I was sort of looking at giving this creature the sort of crocodile type teeth that sit on the outside. I don't know if you can make that out there on the concept art, but there's sort of a hint of teeth just sort of in on the top and the bottom, sort of protruding. So we'll have a look at that if we get a chance. So anyway, we've got plenty to do still. So I'm just going to shuffle these around just a little bit. Okay, like so. And I'm not too keen on the way that eye is working actually at the moment. So what I'm going to do is just move that up, sort of give it a bit more of a sly kind of look to his eyes there. And let's just grab that, bring it up, so my mouse can grab it. Okay, and what I'll do is just bring that back in ever so slightly. Not too keen on that sort of being that far out around the bottom there. But what we will do is, once we've added a bit more geo and stuff, we'll come back and we'll start to sort of make the eye, the top of the eye, or the brow if you like, sort of stick out just a little bit more. So I'm sort of looking at something like this as well. Okay, so we'll just undo that and we can move along on the rest of our creature. So let's head back to where we were. Okay, and we'll just start to shuffle this lot around, and again just grab these and just slide those up. You can see here it's a little bit odd, sort of just along here, a bit too narrow. So I'll just slide that up. Okay, same again. Oops, well, I think we'll grab those guys as well. And just slide those around. And just move that up as well. And what we can do is start to move things around just a little bit here. Okay, oops. Just sort of round it out, not too many sharp edges. You know, you can see here this is a bit sharp, a bit too square. I know we've got a big jaw, but you know, we want to keep it as organic as possible. Okay, let's just pop that back in there. Okay, it's not too bad. As you can see on the inside of the mouth here, got a little bit of bunching going on. That's because we've run various edge loops around and under, but I'm not too concerned about that at the moment. We can go back in and sort that out. So I'm just going to round off the top of the skull ever so slightly. Not too much, because I like the squareness like we've got just going on the ridge there, just on top of the skull on the concept. So we'll keep to that as much as possible. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So what I'd like to do is just grab that, pop in a loop there and another loop there, and let's put another one there. Okay, so we're going to grab this guy here. Okay, and we're just going to slide him round like so. And we're going to grab this one here as well. Just going to move that one round. There we go. I just need this one as well. Okay. Now we don't want all of that. so that should do that, and then we can just bring that round, and the same with this one again, just bring those round. Let's just have a look, and there it is. I'll just jump back on the inside and just shift that forward just a little bit more as well. Okay, and then we can grab this one. So by using the edges and stuff as well, it's a very, very fast way of getting forms and stuff into the right position. And that guy there is just looking a little bit too angular, you can see there. So I'll just bring that in. Okay. Just trying to get this all nicely flowing under here as well. Okay, that's better. There we go. Okay, so it's taken a bit more shape there, which is good. Okay, and again, just tweaking just on the side here. I know this is probably a little bit tedious for you guys to see, but all needs doing. And I seem to have grabbed one of my verts and moved those up too far in there, so I'll just pop that back. There we go. These things can happen. I'm not really one to take advantage of the backface culling. I've never really used it over the years. It's a great idea if you don't want to grab points and faces and stuff that are behind other faces and points, but I've really never ever used it because I've just never felt the need, because the chances are I'd need to go in and do something. It's just the way things seem to work for me. If I put it on, I'll find that I won't actually need it and stuff like that. So just it's just my own workflow really. So some of you may agree, some of you may not, but each their own workflow. As long as it's clean and tidy at the end of the day, that's what really matters as far as the model goes. So okay, let's start to get these sort of rounded out a little bit more now. Okay, so we're going to slide that across before we start adding a little bit more geometry to the neck. Start to get some of those lines and creases put in there. So I think that should work rather nicely with this. Let's just get rid of that selection there and just drag that up just a little bit more, and again. And just grab these guys as well. So there you can see it's all starting to balance out a little bit better now as well, which is good. Okay, so I'm kind of happy with that at the moment. Let's just have a look at this neck area before we move on. So that's looking pretty good. We could probably just push this into here just a little bit more and just round this out as well. There we go. give it a bit more of a smooth transition from the sort of the head or the base of the neck, depending how you want to look at it. Okay, so that's good there. So what we'll do, add a loop there, another one there, one in here, and one there. So that's all good. And then what we'll do, choose one at a time, and we'll start to sort of bulk these out a little bit. If we can grab those, there we go. And just using the scale tool, just going to very, very carefully ease these into a better position. So just by using a bigger scale tool there, what that's enabling me to do is get a bit more control. You might find that sometimes when you've got a smaller manipulator, you'll find that sometimes it's a bit more sort of tricky and a bit more sort of, it's a bit too quick to adjust stuff. So if you just enlarge it, chances are you've got a bit more of a leverage on it, and it gives you a bit of a greater control. So I'm just going to hit D and V and just snap to that control point there, or to the vert, and then just pull that out on the side there. Okay, like so. And then once again, just going to bring that up, and this time with this one, just going to bring it in ever so slightly, and again D and V just to snap that. Okay, once I can get it to stay where I want it and keep the selection, there we go. So that's better. Again, we'll just bring that out just a little bit more. Now let's just grab that edge there, just straighten these up a little bit. Okay, so you can see we've now got a little bit more going on there. That's better. I don't want to overdo it, but I just want to give a kind of gesture for this part of the head, because once we go into ZBrush and stuff to start putting in those details, then these areas here will help, and then we can just add to them. So it's always good to sort of create a good base before you go ahead and do that kind of thing. So let's just bring those up, bring those down, and so on. So the other thing you can do as well, using your soft mod, you know, we can just allow a little bit of fall off. There we go. So that's all looking quite good. Okay, like so. Now I'll just bring that one out as well. So we just move under the neck. Okay, start to do a little bit more form under here. Just sort of bulk that out as if there's something inside that neck, like a huge sort of gullet, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, and obviously big muscles for the neck. So these are the sort of things you would have to think about, sort of anatomy wise, while you're doing this. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, so that's all okay there. And what we're going to do now is we've just moved around to the down to the mouth area here, and what I want to do is just quickly pop those into there like so, and let's just turn off the soft mod, and then I'm just going to join these up onto here, okay, like so, just for now. And then I'm going to add another loop there and a loop there, and I'm going to cut that into there like so. Okay, and what we'll do before we do anything else, we'll shape that up. There we go. So just make this a little bit rounder as well. Okay, I'll just bring those round. Okay. So if there's a silence, I'm just only point pulling and stuff, so I don't think you really need an explanation on how to do that. Now I've got a little bit of a problem down here, and I've spotted that already. There's seems to be a leftover vert just hanging there, so we can get rid of that. Just make sure we're okay on the inside, which we are by the look of it. And then all we need to do is just finish off that edge loop just there, and then what we'll do is we'll grab that, okay, there, and this time just very, very carefully we're just going to push that inwards. In fact, we could probably do it outwards. Let's have a look. So we can use the one above that as the dent, which I think is going to be better. Yeah, I think so. We'll do that, and then we'll deselect that, and then we can pull that out from the sides there, okay, and then we'll do the same here. So we'll just pull this guy out, okay, and then do that to about there, and then by grabbing this one here, we can shift that in like so, and then actually bring that over as well, just so we get a little bit more sort of area. I just want to smooth that out just a little bit. It's a bit too much of a ledge on that lip, so just going to bring these out just a little bit more, okay. And there's looking a little bit flat, so again just grab those, round those out, and there we go. So that's all good. And then again just go in and tweak in these kinds of areas as well. So got plenty of room, so we can just bunch everything sort of back and nice and tidily like so, which is great. Okay, there we go. So it's all starting to make sense. So what I want to do now is create a little bit more of a ledge here. So I'm just going to grab this row of polys there. I think that should be enough. Okay, and what we're going to do is extrude this inwards like so. If I can grab that, there we go. I'm just going to pull that out a little bit more, get rid of that guy there, we don't need that. That's going to all come through there, so I'm not really worried about that at the moment. And I'm just going to grab these two end faces, okay, and using the spin faces tool, which you can find available on Creative Crash, I believe. It's all free, or you can use your spin edges, but I find that the spin faces tool is a lot nicer and a lot quicker. So you can go and download that at creativecrash.com. So let's just get all this looking nice and neat. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. Okay. There we go. So you can see what that's doing already. There we go. Okay. So what we can do now is just get that. I'm still not too sure about that area there. It's just maybe that one. That's better. Okay. So I think what I'll do, just grab that, just pull those down ever so slightly, and we'll just bring those out as well. Okay. Now then, let's have a look. Where are we? So okay, so if we just head off round to the front of the nose and stuff here, what we can do is add another edge loop. I'm just going to pull that forward. Okay. Like so. Alright. Nothing too intensive there. Whoops. That's I'll just pull those around just a little bit, just round it out just a little bit more. There we go. And then what we can do is pop one on the inside, like so. Just start to close that up just a little bit, just while we're doing this. And we can get that kind of sort of shrunken nostril kind of look. Okay, so let's just deselect those. Just there, and there, and there. Okay, so we can grab all of these. Okay. Just move all those over. Okay. And we can do the same with that, just slide those, it's not too bad there. Okay. I just need to round this out just a little bit more. Just balance it all up. And there we go. Okay, so what we can do, just add a little bit more geo just in there. Just move that along. Okay, there you go. Okay, so what we can do, not too happy with that, just there, a bit of a big space sort of going on. So I'm just going to bring that and run that under. For now, I'll just run that there. And we'll sort that out later when we come to do the rest of the mouth on the inside. So I'm not too worried about it at the moment. Okay, so and just round some of this squareness going on there. Don't like that at all. Okay, like so. There we go, that's a lot better. And just grab some of these as well, get rid of those big polys going on there. And just move this along. And there we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is have a look at this eye. So see what we've got. Okay. So what I'd like to do, just sort of beef it up just a little bit more on this eye. And I think what we can do is start to just sort of grab these edges here, like so. And we can bring this one up, I think, as well. I'm just going to veer off the design of the concept ever so slightly. Nothing sort of too drastic, but it's just something I think that could be a bit of an improvement on this eye area while I'm looking at it. And sometimes you'll get this in a production environment. You'll be modelling away and you might have a eureka moment while you're busy looking at your concept art or your reference. So sometimes it's usually worth just putting forward an idea. You may not be able to do it there and then on the spot, because in a production environment things have to be approved and go through to the director or the producers or the visual effects director even. So you know, you have to there's this kind of protocol you have to go through. It's not just you go and approach one person and they say yes. It has to go through a process, if you like, in order to get it done, just in case you know, they don't want it done and all that kind of stuff, just to keep everybody on track and know where everybody's at. So it's all about teamwork at the end of the day, you know, making sure you're getting the best and bang for your buck, if you like. So, but most production places do welcome ideas with open arms, I've found on my travels. So it's always worth putting those forward. Okay, so that's looking a bit better. Let's just grab these guys here. Let's hit B. Just pull that down just a little bit, just make it a bit more evil looking. Or menacing even. And what I think I could do is, let's just straighten this out just for a moment. I might extend that into a big tear duct area there. Just having a quick look at what we've got geometry wise. Let's have a look there. Okay, I'll have a little think about that, but let's get on with the rest of the eye for now. Let's get rid of this ledge that I was talking about. Okay, that's a bit better. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to choose this one, and this one, and I think what we're going to do is extrude those. Okay, so just going to grab that, extrude those. Whee, it's a bit much. Just extrude those inwards just a little bit. Bring that up. Okay, and just give that a bit of a shape. Okay, like so. Okay, that's good. Probably just bring it down just a little bit and push that back up there, and that one back up there. Grab that one and this one as well. So just giving this a little bit more volume around the brow kind of area. There we go. So that's a bit better. And I think what we can do is grab that edge, move that up. Same with that guy. And what we'll do is bring this down as well. Okay. Like so. And then what I want to do is just take that back into there, so it all sort of blends in quite nicely. And let's just double check this now. I'm just going to see if I can redirect the topology just a little bit there. So that's not too bad. Let's have a look. So that can smooth that out and go straight back in to the face. I think what we can do is allow for a little bit more geometry, I think, in that area. So I'm not too sure about this large space sort of going on there. And I think what I'll do is deselect that from there. Okay, let's have a look. Actually, that might not be too bad there. I think we'll go with that. That's not actually that offensive, so I can grab that all the way down there, hopefully. Slide that back up just to there. And then do the same with that one. And then obviously we need to make that a little bit nicer just around here. So we're going to start to bring the flow more rounded in that area. So that's all good. And just make sure that that's all working for us as well. And also just make sure the whoops, inside as well is all working. Okay. Just move those around. And what we'll do, just bring these back down just a little bit more. There we go. Okay. done that one round there, so what we need to do is this one here, so we can get that going back off around there as well. Let's have a look, see where we're at. That's not too bad, so let's have a look there and there. Just trying to keep it all as square as possible. Polygon wise, not the actual model itself. Okay, so let's just deselect that, we don't need those. So let's do that there. I think what we can do is grab those there, just move those up ever so slightly, give a bit more of a sly kind of look on his face, and we'll just move those into there. That's a lot better. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to grab a little bit more of the eye just there, and a little bit more there. And we can start to bring this brow area inward. And there we go. So I think what we'll do, we'll leave that there for now. Because we're sort of pretty much almost done with the head there. I think what we can do is just add another edge loop in there and another one in there, I think. In fact, let's take that one out. Okay, like so. So what we'll do, we'll leave that there, and we can come back in on the next chapter and just couple of final tweaks that I'd like to do to this, and we'll add the horn, I think, because otherwise we're going to go over time on this particular chapter. But we'll add the extra pieces that we need, and then what we can do is move on to the rest of the creature itself. So I'll give it a finish just here, and I shall see you in the next chapter. Okay, so welcome back. What we're going to do is we're going to jump straight in and get on with the teeth. We're going to do the teeth sockets first, and then what we'll do, we'll create the horn, and from the horn we'll create the actual teeth themselves. As you can see, there's not very many to do, so we can hopefully get the majority of that stuff done in this chapter. So we'll crack on with that now. So I'm just going to grab this edge loop and just move him down a little bit. And we'll do the same with this guy, and we'll just move him along. If we can grab him, there we go. Now I'll just move that along as well. In fact, let's put him back just a little bit more. Now I'll just pop that there. And I think that one there will be a useful one to move along just a little bit. So let's just move him there. I think that's good. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to get our excuse me, going to get our trusty friend, the split poly tool, and just looking at the sketch just here, you can see we've got a tooth coming down here. It's sort of gone for a crocodile alligator type jaw set. So I'm just going to bring that around there. And what I need to do is add some geometry just on the inside here. So I'm just going to crack an edge loop in just there. The reason that's breaking up is because it's we've got a 5-sider there, because I've just made that cut from the other side round here. So all we need to do is just fill that space using the split poly tool, and we can come back up here and just join these guys as well. So that's all done. And then the biggest thing really for this is to make sure that we have got 4-sided polys all round really there, and just by adding that extra loop it gives us the 4 sides there, so that's all good. So we've got that one done. So that's the sort of initial kind of area that I want to put that. So what we can do, let's just jump in and just start to sort of shape this area just a little bit, just round it off a bit more as well. And if we just grab that edge and we can just pull that out, so you can see the geometry that we've got is helping to establish the sort of socket shape, if you will, for this. And let's just grab the verts on this side, so just get a bit of depth, just round it out. Okay, like so. It's probably a bit too far, there we go. So as you can see, that works already, like so. Now I think what we'll do is just make it a little bit bigger as well. Whoops, just moving a bit of geometry there that we don't want. So just move that back, and like so. Okay. There we go. So what I'm going to do is just do a big grab just there. Okay. Just going to hit the B key just to use the soft select, and I'm just going to pull that out a little bit more now, just to get a little bit more sort of shape, because this thing's got to overlap and sort of cross into the jaw on the lower part. So just going to push that in as well. Okay, like so. So that's all good. So the next part, what we do need to do is grab these 4 faces, and we're going to hit extrude and bring those in. Okay, so we're going to do one. I'm just going to pull that down ever so slightly, like so. I'll do another one, and we'll do that one like that, and we'll push that in there, and we'll hit G again, and then this time we'll push that one. Whoops, let's center that up. So we'll center that, push that in, like so. Okay. And what we can do is scale that in as well. So that's good. What I'm going to do as well here is just round that out. Just want to check what I've got selected there. So that's all fine. And there we go. So that's that one done. And we can just sort of tinker with the shapes just a little bit, just to make it a bit more interesting, as always. A bit more form. Okay, so that one's done. So we want to move along now, and we'll head off down to the lower jaw, and I think what we'll do, we'll grab that area there, just hit B, and we'll push that sort of inwards ever so slightly, about there, and then we'll grab these here. Okay, just going to straighten these out just a little bit, not too much. Just want to keep that sort of triangular sort of look for that. Okay, so what we'll do this time is we'll do the cuts here, nip round into the back. I'll just select that for a minute, just make sure that's ready to go, and as you can see we need a bit more geometry. Okay, back to our split poly tool, and we can bring that into there. Okay, like so, and then just grab these verts here, just open that out a little bit more. Okay, and we'll do that one the same. The the inside of this isn't going to deform as such. The deforming area is obviously going to be here. So having the geometry like this and sort of terminating in this way, in my opinion, isn't really going to have any effect. Whoops, I've actually done the wrong one there. Isn't going to have an effect overall. So let's grab that and that there. So I've come around the wrong way. So let's get rid of that. There we go. Okay. So yeah, the way the mesh would be, once I get it right, it's not going to have any adverse effect on deformation. I don't think there. That's not the way I've kind of intended this to be for this creature. So let's go back again and reposition these loops, and we'll pop in another one. I think we can probably get away with that one there. That's not actually too bad. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll grab that vert W and snap that just to there. Okay. In fact, we will go down to there. Sorry, I'm changing my mind as I go, as I'm looking at this. It's the thing that happens when you're modelling on the fly, as always. You'll find this as well when you're doing your own projects. You know, you'll be backwards and forwards and stuff like that. So now we can add that edge loop. That's great. So that terminates that off. So now what we need to do is give that a bit of a shape. Okay, so let's grab these guys here. Okay, there, and there. And we'll just push that up just a little bit more. And we'll just push this one out, just give that a bit more shape as well. Okay. And then that should do that just nicely. And let's just balance this out just a little bit more. Okay, so again, select the faces. So that's all pretty good. And there as well. Great. And what we're going to do, going to do an extrude. Okay, so we do one, bring that out just a little bit, not too much. Okay, do another one, like so. Okay, push that in ever so slightly and do another one. Okay, like so. And there we go. So that's that one done. And what we need to do now with this is, I'm just going to make this a little bit larger, just to make it look a little bit more menacing. Okay, and we'll just grab that couple of pieces there and shift that forward. And just give that a little bit of rounding. Same with that as well. And we'll do that. Oops. Okay. Like so. So that's looking pretty good. I think that's probably just a little bit too wide. Let's just bring a couple of those back a little bit more. Just there. That's better. That's looking a lot better now. And then what I'm going to do is just grab the whole lot and just going to move that back ever so slightly into this area. just making sure we're in a sort of right position. And again, what I'm going to do now is just tilt that outwards ever so slightly, just give it a random tilt. And just going to do this, tilt it out. And just decrease that fall off. That's better. Okay, like so. And then we can grab those guys there and just push those back just a little bit more there, okay, as well. And there we go, so that's that part done. Right, so we've got 2 more teeth to do, but I'm not going to do those because I don't want to keep going over the same old technique. I think that's fairly straightforward for you to follow, so that'll be a job for me to do in between the end of this chapter and the next one. So we'll leave that there. So what we're going to do now is create the horn, and then what we'll do, we'll substitute that geometry for the teeth as well. So we're going to jump straight back to our create menu, and we're going to grab a cube because I think that's always usually pretty much the best way to start stuff off. I'm not a fan of using cylinders and stuff if I can help it. With a cube you can just sort of really go any direction without worrying about triangles as such. I think that's pretty why, just sort of triangle phobia. So right, so let's grab that and scale this in like so. And what we're going to do is just give this a rough shape out as well. Okay, there we go. Whoops, let's just push that back. And like so. Okay, and next thing I want to do is I'm going to cut that in half. Whoops, in fact that would have been fine. Let's put that back. And I'll just get rid of these faces. Don't need those at the moment. And you can get rid of that bottom one for now as well. Okay, so let's grab the verts. Okay, like so. Very easy, just keeping it very simple geometry for now, just to sort of get the rough element into position. Okay, like so. And then we can jump back onto our split poly tool. Again, let's just deselect that. Okay, grab that, like so. What you could do as well, just some food for thought. I mean, I prefer just to go in and use standard objects and stuff. What you could have done as well is probably selected the edges on the lower part here of this mesh, and then extruded those in and then back up. You could have done it that way as well, which is there'd be nothing wrong with doing that whatsoever. But I prefer to sort of take a more simple approach because sometimes it can be quicker than using actual geometry that's already there. So it's just some food for thought, just in case you decide to do something like that. So anyway, let's crack on. So I'm just going to add in another edge loop, okay, like so. And what I want to do this time is just going to grab this area here because I think this poly is looking a little bit sort of too big for how I want to do this. So I'm just going to bring that back around. Also it levels this off a bit better as well, so that's all good. So I'm going to grab these verts, and I think actually let's grab that, zero that out like so, and let's just zero all of those. Okay, there we go. Just redo that. Okay, I just push
whoops, just push that back over like so. There we go. So what we can do is I'm going to grab these verts and we're going to snap these to the individual edges there. Okay, so it's going to make life a little bit easier to get a shape as well. So again, just snap that there, and let's go around to this side and let's make sure these are zeroed out as well. There we go, that's all good, that's all done. And then again, we're going to grab grab that guy, and we'll pop him up there. So all that leaves now is just 2 more loops. So we can go 1 through there and 1 through there. Okay. Now, having done this way, we may have to adjust the mesh itself if we're going to be using this geometry for the tooth, but I don't see a problem with that. So what we can do now is just grab the top here, okay, hit B for a bit of soft mod, okay, and just start to shape this up, get it looking a bit more organic as well. There we go. So, and turn it off and then just jump in and start doing the rest. So we've got a little bit of a head start there with the soft mod. So there we go. We're going to make this, I think, a sort of kind of a chipped off kind of look. I think be quite nice once we get into ZBrush to do this kind of thing. And what we need to do now is obviously we're going to put 2 more edge loops in there, and then what I'm going to do is, although this is sitting nicely on the edge of the mesh there, I'm just going to grab these. In fact, we'll go to edges, and what we'll do is we'll extrude those in just so we've got a little bit of overlap going downwards, so in case there's any problems we don't want any gaps showing later on. So let's do that. Let's just pop those down and inwards as well, like so. Now I'm just going to run another loop round just for good measure there, and I think what we can do is another one there as well. So that's all good. And again, let's just make sure we can select everything. Come on, why is it not running through the continuous edges? There we go, that's better. Maya a little bit slow. Okay, and there as well. Okay, so let's grab some of these verts. There we go. Okay, so what I think, and hopefully it might work this time, is if you recall in one of the previous chapters we attempted to use the sculpt poly tool and it refused to work, and after checking it out it was just a simple case of rebooting Maya to get that going again. So Maya was having a little bit of an off day there, but it absolutely worked fine after that. So what we're going to do, we're going to introduce the tool again. Okay, I'm just going to use the, I think we're on smooth, yes I think we are, yeah, smooth. Okay, and I'm just going to take the size of the brush down just a little bit, and there we go. So it's all working nicely again now. So whereas before a little bit buggy, and there we go. So I'm just going to take that sort of edge off of that, just to stop it looking a bit too blocky at this particular stage. Okay, so what we'll do now is we can grab, let's do the verts here. In fact, we don't need the soft mod on. Okay, so let's just do these like so, and we'll grab the center ones as well, and let's just select all of those like so. And I'm just going to zero those out. There we go. So that's all good. So there we want that one. I think I grabbed too many at one go. Okay. Bit overzealous there with my selecting, so that's all good. Okay, so we can move all this down. And that should leave the geometry for the horn looking as simple as it is, but I'm sure it's going to be fairly effective a little bit later on. So I'm just going to round that there, like so. Okay, so that's okay. That's all looking good. Right, so what we want to do now is let's have a look at this. And we'll do Control D, move that down, and in fact we won't use that because it's only a half. So whoops, so what I'm going to do is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's grab ourselves another cube. Okay, and what we'll do, we're going to bring that over and snap that in and scale it down like so. Okay, and then what we can do is just bring that down, go to faces, get rid of that. Okay, we don't need that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so yeah, 8 sides. Okay, so again, so let's hit F8, go to object mode, and this time what we're going to do is rotate this guy around, because obviously we're going to need to fit this accordingly once again. So let's split this up. Okay, so let's start again, once again basic, very easy to do, and we'll just go in and start to put the verts again in the necessary places. Okay, and there. And I think they're all there. I think we're there. Yep, I think we are. Good. And again, what we need to do now is actually begin to make the tooth a little less like the horn. So we want these to be a bit more tidier as such. Probably will be a little bit worn by the time we've put some ZBrush on them. But for now, until we get to that stage, let's make them look like half decent teeth, I think. So I think we can bring all these up like so. And I think what I will do, I'm not happy about that being slightly off on that side. Let's just have a look. I just want to make that all balanced out just a little bit better. Okay, that's good. And we'll just move that more into the center of that shape and just rotate it around a little bit more there. So we can grab that vert and we can snap him back to where he should sit. Okay, so let's do this. Just thin that out just a little bit more. It's got a bit more of a point. And let's take that down to there. Like so. Okay. And then grab the edges of that if it will let you. That's all good. And then what we'll do is extrude those guys up. Okay. Again, this is just to as a precaution, so there's no gaps and stuff like that. So we can carry on with that now. Okay, so grab a little bit of the jaw there, and we can just push that back ever so slightly just to accommodate the shape of the tooth there. And I think what we need to do is shape this just a little bit more. Okay, and then what we'll do, add some geometry. Okay, like so, and then just start to go in. And again, it's all about blocking and shaping this stuff until you're happy, really. So, okay, let's just tidy this up. Okay, just rounding this out, just having a look at this, making sure it's all looking pretty good, which I hope it is. So I think we need to make it just a little bit sharper. So that is looking pretty good. I think what I'll do is I'll just pinch that towards the back a little bit more, just so it's almost like a sort of serrated knife edge, so it gets thinner towards the back. Or that could be the sort of the blade-like sort of extra attribute that the tooth has. Okay. Right, so let's grab these and just start to round it all out just a bit more. Let's see if we can grab our friend, the artisan brush, and just scale that down and just smooth out some of this geometry here. There we go, that's pretty good. That's kind of cool. So that's pretty much going to conclude this chapter. And what I'll do is I'll nip in and finish the rest off. I don't think you really need to watch me go over and over the same piece again and again. So what we'll do, we'll call it a day there, and what I'll do in between now and the next chapter is put the extra teeth in and stuff like that, and yeah, sort the gums out, put the teeth in, and then what we'll do, we'll come back and we'll carry on. So I shall see you in the next section.
Okay, welcome back. As I said from the last chapter, what we've got here are all the teeth on one half anyway, now complete, and what we want to do for this particular chapter is go in and just sort of finish off a few little bits for the head itself. I'm going to pop in a tear duct because I think it needs it. It looks a bit odd without it. We're not going to do the eyeball at all until right at the very end of the actual tutorial, just before we head off into ZBrush, because I want to get the rest of the body and stuff done without sort of hanging around too much more on the head itself. So it's just going to be a few little tweaks on this head, and then we're going to head off and in the next chapter and get on with the legs and stuff. We're also going to block in a tongue as well for this chapter. Also, the hole here that we have at the back of where the throat would be, we'll fill all that in as well when we have both parts of the creature put together. So let's crack on. So what I want to do as well, just looking at the scale here of the horn on the top of the creature's head, I just want to shrink that back just a tiny bit. As you can see as well, I've smoothed out the ridges that we initially had on here, just to make it sort of blend in, look a bit better. So I was thinking it was looking probably a little bit unnatural. We're going to add wrinkles and stuff anyway once we get over to ZBrush, so we'll take care of it that way with deformation. So first of all, what I'm going to do is just grab this, and we're going to go to vertex mode for both of these, and we're just going to select that one and this one as well at the same time, if I can grab both of those. In fact, just doing one at a time, I think, just to be a little bit easier. So I just want to shrink it down just a tiny bit and just push these across like so. Just want to make it just a little bit smaller. Okay, I think that should suffice just on there, and then what we'll do, we'll push this guy in a little bit more as well. Let's have a look. So we just push that across, just make sure we still keep the form, don't make it too flat. So I'm just going to move these across as well. There we go. So I've got the soft mod on at the moment, just to save a little bit of time having to push all the verts and stuff around one at a time as well. So that's not too bad. There we go. So now what we can do is just grab these, push those in as well. Okay, like so. Now I'll just push that one there. And that's pretty good. Let's just pull that out a little bit more. Whoops. Just grab that, just round that out. And there we go. So that's not too bad. So we've got a nice little indentation going on around there, which we can actually add a division to strengthen that. Whoops, wrong way. We can strengthen that for when it goes over into ZBrush. We just undo that because it's on fixed. Let's just reset that. Okay, and then I've got a little bit more control. Let's go a bit closer. That's better. So just a little bit more control, just to strengthen that edge there. And what we'll do, we'll drop one there as well, and that is looking a lot better. Okay, so that's got more of a balance now, I think, generally overall. We'll have another look at that maybe once we get to ZBrush, but for now we'll leave that. So what we're going to do is going to come over here now, and we're going to add a tear duct to this area. So what I propose is we just basically get rid of these polys here and this one here. Just come round, just make sure I get the right one. There we go. Let's just zoom out. Let's just deselect those. And Maya having a little bit of a to-do there. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so just going to balance this out just a little bit more. Okay, like so, and we'll just bring that in. There we go, just a tiny bit. And then what we can do, we can grab these guys here. Okay, and what we're going to do is just extrude those out like so. Let's center that so we get a fairly equal amount going on there. Okay, like so. Let's just give myself a bit more room. There we go. Just get rid of that attribute editor. So what we're going to do is snap that to there. Okay, like so. And what we'll do is merge those verts together. And then let's have a look in here. What have we got here? Okay, let me just do a quick test, see if we can get away with that one there, which I think we can. So we're just going to bring that into there like so. Okay, and then we'll do the same with that one there. Okay, so that's all done. And then we'll grab that edge, that one, and those. And I think what we can do is extrude these inwards. Okay, like that. And we'll just shape this up just a little bit. Okay, and then what we can do is take that in as well. So we're just going to grab that move tool, pull that into there like so. In fact, we can probably, let's have a look. Just looking at that, it's probably a little bit excessive there. Let's just take that out a minute, and let's just check what we can do with this, just to make it a little bit more organic. So as you can see, this is on the fly, just to see if we can get an improvement, and for me already that's a lot better. So we'll take that out of there as well. Okay, like so. And what we'll do, we'll merge those verts together. And where's the merge? There it is, just up there. And we've got one there as well. Okay. And we'll do exactly the same just over here. Okay, like so. Just grab those verts. Whoops, let's do them one at a time. Probably got fall off is probably a little bit too high, or the tolerance rather. There we go. And then all we need to do is just grab that and just bring that back just a little bit like so. and I'm feeling a little bit happier now with the way that's worked out. So that's pretty cool. Now we can just drag that in there. Just flatten that back in just a bit more. And we can smooth these. Whoops. Just come out a little bit. So we can now grab these and just start to sort of blend the shape back into itself. Okay, like so. Keep it quite thick as well, so once we get over to ZBrush it doesn't sort of go all thin and pinched when we start to subdivide and do sculpting. Okay, so selecting the edge, just going to fill that hole like so. There we go. So just going to bring this back into here this way, and then just going to grab this edge and pull that in, and the same with this one as well. Okay, so now we have a bit more of a sort of convincing sort of eye area, and what we can do is just grab some of these verts and just sort of basically get these working for us and smooth them back out. Okay, like so. That's not too bad. So I want to keep this sort of lump going on over here, sort of like a brow sort of area. Let's just block that back. The other thing to do as well is see if you can download some good animal eye reference. For this one in particular, I sort of based it around, I was looking at some reference of an elephant's eye and eyelids and stuff. And they have these big friendly eyes, very round sort of socket area that they have, whereas this one's a bit more sort of sly looking, sort of snake like. But even so, I still sort of looked at the way the elephant's eye was with the tear duct that it has and stuff like that, and thought it'd be ideal to stick that in on here. Also due to the fact that it was actually missing in the anatomy when we first blocked this out, so having added that in, that's I think that's sort of kind of finished that off quite well. Okay, so just rounding this out now. Okay, and there we go. So as I said, what we'll do, we'll come back to the eye when we're pretty much done with the body and stuff, because then that way, you know, just in case we make any tweaks that affect the eye area just before we head off into ZBrush, then we can do the eye last, and then take everything with us when we go over there and do sculpting and stuff. So it's a good method for my madness there. Just thicken this up just a little bit more, and what we'll do, we'll add a loop just inside there as well. Okay, and I think what we'll do, we put one there. Okay, so we're golden, that's all good. Okay, so we're just going to head off into the mouth cavity now, and we're going to throw in sort of half tongue geometry for now. We'll do the other half once again when we've put the rest of the body in and stuff like that. And what we can do once the tongue's done, then we can jump into the next chapter and we can start looking at the body and the legs and the tail, and hopefully get that finished over the next few chapters, as I say, before we head off for a bit of sculpting work. So let's just jump back to F8 to object mode, and just going to delete the history on our creature, and I'm going to go to create, and we're going to get polycube as always, our saviour. In, well, for me anyway, any model I usually start, it's usually from a polycube or a polyplane. So yeah, all good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just delete that half for now, and then what we can do is just, this is going to be a quick block. Okay, so let's just take that back just to about there, and we'll drop that down. Whoops, let's do it in the y-axis properly, and we'll scale that like so. Okay, and then we're going to just extrude this a couple of times and up. Okay, nothing drastic, all pretty straightforward. Initially I was going to do sort of gums and stuff for the inside of the mouth, but what I think we will do as well is we'll get the tongue half blocked out first, and give it a little bit more shape, obviously, so we can't leave it all blocky, and then we can have a look at the gums and stuff as well in this chapter. So I think we're doing quite well for time in this one, so it'll be an ideal choice to get a little bit more volume on the inside there. So let's carry on where we were. Okay, so drop that down, just a little bit of scale. Just going to push this forward, okay, to about there, and we'll just shove that over like so. Okay, delete that half, and then let's just grab all that edge, and I'm just going to make sure that the edges are all at 0 or level, which they are now. Okay, and then we're going to grab this guy, just push him over there a little bit, and that one as well. Now just going to thicken it all up. Okay, and then add a couple more loops like so, and then start to shape this up again. And what I think we will do is if we raise this tongue up just a little bit, just to get a little bit of a curve in there for the back, and then bring that up, and then we'll thicken the tongue as well, just a tiny bit. Okay, like so, and just push that back. Actually, we'll put that front back down. There we go, that's better. And then just take this back up and in, so that's about there. So this is intersecting ever so slightly with the outer skin, so we'll need to, as I've done just there, you know, I'm pulling that back up and in, so we don't get any problems and stuff. One of the other things we may be able to do, let's just shape this a little bit now, is actually lower the sort of the neck area of our creature, just to, sort of as a almost like a rig safety thing. So sometimes you have to adjust models because riggers need to get certain things done, I would say properly. You know, it's just a thing of, you know, not having too much hassle, so the job can be done just right. So there's a bit of backwards and forwards occasionally with rigs and modelling, just to get things to sit right and not look odd, if you like, when you know, it's trying to be used for animation or completed for animation purposes. So everything has to be just so. Okay, so just going to give this a bit more shape. Okay, so just going to grab these points or verts and move them down like so. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is just bring that tongue out. So let's freeze the transforms on it, bring that out, so we can do a little bit more work on this as well outside. So let's have a look. Okay, so start to round it out just a little bit more. Okay, deselect that, and just start to pull this guy around. And what we can do is just start to round it out just a tiny bit as well. Okay, like so. So let's just drag this back into there so it's not too square. So if we hit 3 on the keyboard, as you can see, it's not too bad, not too blocky. Okay. And then what I think we can do is add another one through here, and then this time we grab the center like so. Just drop that down so we get that kind of center groove of the tongue doing its thing like that. And what I think we'll do, let's be a little bit different, and let's pull this tongue inwards like so, and just pull that round as well. And so when we come to join the other half, we get kind of like a fork effect as it comes through there. We may need to add some geometry when we come to finish that off, but that's not a problem. That's a fairly straightforward job. And let's just pull that back in a little bit, not too sharp. Okay, and there we go. And then just a little bit more bulk in the back there. There we go, like that. And then just add a couple more loops there. And the other thing as well we can do is we can cut the back of the tongue off, because we're not going to see it at all. Okay, so that will probably end up feeding through the back of the throat there anyway. But what we will do is fill the hole for that, so there's no light leakage or anything like that on the main body mesh. Okay, so let's just grab these. Add a bit more geometry. Okay. Okay, so just rounding that out just a tiny bit more. There we go. So that's just our rough tongue, and we'll hit 0, pop that back in there like so, and let's just have a quick look at the inside here for the actual gums. Going to be a little bit difficult to have a look. But actually it's not too bad. So what we can do, hit B, and we can just grab a fair few of these guys and then start to bulk these out just a little bit better. Okay, without having too much effect on the actual sort of gum areas for the teeth that we did. So let's just put all this stuff up and inwards. Okay. And what we can do as well when we come to sculpt, we can make a blend shape,
for the inside of the mouth to open up, so we can get in there and do some proper sculpting or something. Even then we could probably mask it in ZBrush, just so we can get in there, open it up, and use transpose, so we can just open that mouth, rotate that open, and hopefully get in there and do a little bit of detailing as well for the inside of the mouth, which is always useful. Okay, so let's just bulk this out just a tiny bit more. There we go. Let's have a look at that one. That one should be back a little bit, I think. It's a bit too much. Okay, there we go. And with the width of the tongue, let's have a look there. Okay, that's pretty good. In fact, what I'm going to do is going to move the pivot and snap that to the edge, and I'm going to increase the width of the tongue as it goes through there. Okay, like so. And we'll do the height a little bit more as well, and although I do want to try and keep the front of that fairly low. So the other thing we do need to do is just bring that back in, just around there. That's better. Okay, and we'll do the same all the way up. Let's just double check we've got all our mesh. There we go. Whoops. Okay, so just bring that intersecting tongue back in to the inside of the mouth. There we go. And that one, and that one. Okay, so just try and keep it all as tidy as you can, and hopefully it will pay dividends later on. So there we go. Okay, so I think we're done here for now. What we can do is leave that there, and then we can head off into the next chapter, and we can start on the body and legs. So I shall see you then. Cheers for now. Okay, so here we go. So we're back on the actual body now, finally. So from the last chapter we blocked out the tongue, did a few little tweaks around the eye and on the horn. So the intention now is, where our focus is going to be on the rest of the creature itself. We'll get all the geometry in, all the loops and things like that, and then we'll finally sort of attach or re-add the loops and stuff for the head. But what I want to do for this particular chapter is have a look at the blocking that we've already done around this area here on the back leg, on the inside, and around this sort of stomach area. Sort of get this all sort of going and working, because what I'd like to do is something that looks like an elephant. If I can just pull across the reference here that I have, this area here, if I just zoom in there, let's just come out a little bit more. So it's this area here, so you can see this lovely bit of skin and the folds and stuff that are going on. And if we just go back a couple of images, well, even this one here, you can see the way the stomach is, and you've got this nice sort of ridge of skin. Let's just go back to the one, there we go, this is another one that I was looking at. So it's this kind of effect
here that really kind of adds to the sagginess and the bulk of the elephant and stuff like that. So there's that one, and also there we go, there's a nice shot there. I know it's a bit hidden with the brush and stuff here, but you can see that kind of leathery, really saggy skin. So that's the kind of thing that I'm looking at to do for this particular area. And also what we'll be doing is, if I just zoom back through some of these images of the elephants, I think, yeah, this one here, you can see the bulk of the elephant's body. This one looks like quite a young one, but you can see that the back legs or the hind legs, you know, they really don't stick out as much in comparison with the belly of the elephant as we have here on our creature. So the aim is to sort of get that effect so it's more natural looking and stuff like that. So let's just go back. So I keep dragging my images backwards and forwards, it's just so I can show you everything as best possible. So I'm going to use this one because it's like a 3/4 view, so it's going to give me an idea of depth and stuff, what's going on there. And obviously we'll use this one as well that we were just looking at a minute ago. So let's just chuck that one back, and I'm just going to move this guy out of the way so I can use him as reference. Okay, so let's have a look. So we want to come in sort of down here, I think, and if we just start to grab some of the geometry, if I can get hold of that, there we go. And I'm just going to hit the soft select and just grab that lot and just move that down like so, and then that's going to enable me to get in there and give it a good old pull around and stuff like that. So the geometry is kind of there already, and what we want to do is just start to block this in even more than we already have, because obviously we've got all this really basic geometry that we threw in a few chapters back, and we really want to make this look the absolute business geometry wise, or as best as we can in the time that we have, as always. So anyway, it's just a good way to get you guys started as well. So always looking at the blocking out stuff, although it's the blocking out phase as well, and just make the most of the geometry that you have with your blocked model as well. So what we want, the intention is to grab this sort of skin line like a lizard and then sort of incorporate it with that, as I've shown you on the reference of the elephant. So all of this is going to sort of eventually get merged together and hopefully create a really nice sort of looking skin. Okay, so let's have a look at this, and let's just pull all this down as well. Okay, so we can take that off now and start to have a look at some of this geometry. Okay, so that actually does go into the leg itself, so we can start to get the geometry from the leg. Let's start to readjust this now. Okay, and we'll grab that edge and we'll start to pull this around just a little bit more. Okay, that's good. And let's have a look. Just going to pull that down just a bit more. So what I might need to do is spin a few faces. Let's have a look. If we go to my poly tools, so there's my spin faces, and what that enables you to do is select two faces like so and spin those around accordingly. And I have a bit of an error there, throw up, so what we can do is jump in to our script editor, go and source the script itself. Okay, and there it is just there, so that's all done now. So now we should be able to go in and spin those faces. So there you can see exactly what that's done. So if I undo that, okay, so if we just spin the face like so, you can see how it adjusts the edge flow straight away. Okay, so that enables us to get that kind of effect. Now what I'm going to do is actually bring that outwards now, like so. Okay, and this is going to enable us to kind of achieve that skin. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is bring this lot down as well now, and see if we can start to get that looking more convincing. As you notice with the geometry under there, I'm not actually bothered at this time to correct that. I just want to get all this shape and stuff in there now, just so we can start to you know, get this looking like what it should. So you can see already the effect that that's had, and that's working very well. Okay, so let's just have a look. I'm just going to grab the elephant reference that we have, and we'll just pull that over, just have a quick look. Okay, so as you can see, let's just scale this down so we can compare the two. And there we go. So you can see that effect there. So all we need to do is start to get the bulk of the gut or the stomach in, and then we can start to concentrate on the rest of the detail for the body. So let's throw that guy back and scale him back so I can see him. There we go, and let's carry on. Okay, so again, all I'm doing is just grabbing the shapes, just making sure we've got some good flow going on around here. So the one that I want to do now is to try and grab these guys, and I'm just going to have a quick flick through the elephant picture itself. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay, so what I'm looking at is this area here from the side view one that we had earlier. So what I'm going to do is pull that down there. See, this is the thing when you have rough geometry there, it enables you to just grab stuff, just pull it around really fast. So let's just grab that, and there as well. And the back of the elephant as well, on the upper back, there's like this big dent where it comes down from the spine, and you've got the hip bone and everything going on up there. So there's a fair old bit of detail going on, which is something I really want to incorporate. Even though, you know, we've got this sketch thing here, we want to try and keep the anatomy as best as we can to make it more convincing at the same time. So, and what we're going to do as well is just going to drop this belly down too. There we go. And we will add some more geometry. I want to keep that sort of edge going on along there as well. So we will add some more geo at some point just to get that working a bit better under there as well. So that's good. So, and this part here. Okay. And this is going to be our stomach area. I'm just going to have a look at the join there between the front shoulder and the beginning of the stomach as well. That's actually quite flush. It's not too bad actually. So what we can do is just start to bring all this out as well. Okay, there we go. So we can start to round this out. Okay, like so. Okay, so so it's fairly good for blocking there. Just add that in there. Okay, so let's have a look here. Start to bring things down as well. Start to balance it all out, just so we don't get in a pickle later on with any sort of intersecting polys and stuff. So it's always best to sort of carry out the bulk of the work, you know, keeping things tidy early on as possible. Obviously you're going to make cuts and changes and subdivisions and stuff along the way, but the more tidy you keep it in that time, the better it is in the long run. It's nothing like a bit of organisation, even in the modelling part of things. Okay, so let's have a look there. That's okay. So I'm just going to grab some more polys. Okay. So that one there, and we'll pop those down as well. Okay, that's better. And this one. Okay, so let's get back around there. That's looking a bit more creature-like, I think now. That's looking a lot better. And I think what I'll do is just drop that area where the tail begins. Let's just do all of that there. And we'll just drop that down as well, ever so slightly. There we go. Okay. So that can all be rounded out as well, just very roughly again, because obviously we're going to sort all this stuff out along here as well. I don't like these big sort of odd shaped quads that we have as well. Very, very nasty. You know, we want to start to sort of tighten stuff up for this as well. So let's jump onto this and let's grab our split poly tool. So I'm just going to start to run edges and stuff. Whoops. Okay. And then we'll just grab, we'll just end these just before the start the main tail. We'll stop that one there for now. Okay, so again, let's jump in and have a look. And what I want to do is get some kind of half decent edge flow going on now with this area. Because this is all nice that, you know, we've got all this kind of shape going on, but we want it to flow I think a little bit better. So let's start to have a look at some of the faces and stuff we can spin around and things, because whoops, what we can do is start to give it this kind of look as well. Okay, so I'm going to start to add the detail, or the rougher detail, if you like, of this, and just so we get that bulk and form start to appear. And let's have a look. So that's like that. That's not too bad. What we can do is drop that down once again. Okay, and grab those as well. Okay. And then we've got the legs and stuff here, so that can, all of this stuff can come in just a little tiny bit, and we can start to push that forward as well. start to get some creases and stuff going on. Okay, and again, always keep a check on your edge flow and stuff like that. So that can come out, that can go sort of in a bit more. There we go. So that all of a sudden goes straight around there. And those guys, let's just drop down so we can start to balance out all the polys and stuff as well. Again, while I'm doing this, I am actually looking at the elephant reference that I presented to you earlier. Okay, so let's grab that. And what we can do is start to bring this sort of down, and we can bring that in as well on the front legs. And there, okay. So that's more sort of coming in and being flush towards the front there. Just checking the images here on my screen to the right of me. So let's bring that down. Okay. Again, I'm just starting to make use of the rest of the polys now, just so we get some nice tidy flow going on. I'm not overly happy with that area, so let's have a look at that. Okay, once again, spin faces, and just keep spinning them until it sort of starts to look natural. May have to be a different one. Okay, could be those two. Let's try those. That's better. And then let's have a look there. There we go, that's much nicer. So that and those can come across a bit better, I think. Maybe. This is the thing with this kind of thing, well, this sort of stuff rather. You know, a lot of it is guesswork and making things look as best possible. Let's have a look here. We could actually get rid of that, and let's see what we've got. We may just end up with what we had in the first place. So we can actually join that up. Okay. Let's run a loop through there. Might be able to help that. Okay. And another one through there. So that's all it is. Okay, so let's start to shape this up. Start a bit of refinement. Okay, like so. Let's just grab the edge. Okay. Slide that along. And again, yeah, start to smooth things out, move them around. Okay, so let's have a look on the leg. In fact, let's pop in another edge loop through here. Okay, like so. So we can now again start moving things around. So I'm just going to grab some edges now. That's better. And we're just going to start to do these bits here. And again, I'm just checking with my reference, and I think what we can do is grab those two there and see if we can spin these around. There we go. The script, by the way, is available on Creative Crash. It's totally free. You can use spin edges, but I prefer spin faces, as I've been using it for quite a long time now. I just find it a lot more friendly, although it didn't load up properly when we started using it. I just find it a lot more friendlier to use than just the spin edge tool that you get with standard Maya modeling tools. For the spin faces, it's just a lot nicer. And also, when you do tend to use it, it also gives you, when you do spin the faces, you can end up deleting edges and having less geometry with better edge flow, stuff like that. So it's worth having a look at. But yeah, check it out over at Creative Crash if you get the chance. Okay, so where are we here? So I'm just pulling these around, lots of point pulling going on. So if you feel the need to fast forward, do so. But chances are I may come up with something that you might want to try. But again, you can always come back, recap it, and just have a look. So here you can see let's have a look at this. So now this is starting to sort of bulk out and look like what we want it to look like. So let's just grab those, hit B. Let's have a look there. And let's just push those in a little bit. And I think what we can do is just start to round the back of this out as well now, which is quite nice there. And then what we can is grab these edges and once again just pull everything around. Okay, that's good. As you can see as well, I've not really indulged in tons and tons of different tools. It's just been really the insert edge loop and the split poly tool, and the odd use of the soft mod as well. So you can see you can build something, you know, that's looking relatively sort of complex generally, and you know, you're just using the minimum tools for the job. So something worth bearing in mind as well. You know, just use what you need. Don't try and get too flashy, or you know, because you want to use the latest fandangled bit of software to get something done. Because at the end of the day, it is always down to the artist to get the job done as best possible in the given amount of time that you have, which is especially true on a production in a film. You really do have to crank stuff out. I'm not trying to frighten people, but those that are interested in getting into the industry, but it is a fact. You know, you do get days where there's a fair bit of pressure, stuff like that, and you do have to crack stuff out for dailies sessions, which is dailies are like a review of the work that's been done over the last day, you know, last few hours or weeks or whatever. And so things do sort of hot up. You do have quiet periods, of course, but you know, when the heat's on, the heat is on, and every man, you know, man and girl you know, all hands to the pump really to get the stuff done. So yeah, so it's a real team effort. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I think that's okay there. Let's have a look down here. I think actually we're good to leave that there actually. Let's see if we can spin this, get this looking a bit better. I'm not too keen on that there. What's that going to do? No, let's take that back. I think it was better how we had it. Okay, for now. We could always join that there and take that loop into there, and I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's snap that to that, merge those, so merge those 2 points there. Well, that looks a bit rough. Grab that edge, delete that edge, insert an edge loop like so. Just double check where that's going in the right way, so that's all great. Grab your split poly tool and join this dude up. There we go, that's done. Okay, so now what we have here, again, it's all working sort of towards getting the geometry right down there for the neck. So what we can do is get rid of this one, and whoops, and that one there. I think actually let's do those and just take those out like so, and then we can just grab these guys, start to move these things around. So as you can see, it's all coming together quite quickly. I think the head, I always thought the head would be the more sort of detailed area for this model, because it's where the creature gets all its character from. So I think the body itself will come together quite nicely once we start getting the rest of it in. So we've got things like toenails and kneecaps and elbow bits and pieces, sort of geometry to put in to strengthen the actual look of the creature as well. So okay, so I think we're doing quite well here. Let's just pop that in. Okay, so we're going to insert a couple more edge loops. I think the first one can come in and around the body, just so we can sort of balance that a bit back up again. Okay, we can always smooth that out. I'm not too worried about the pinching effect at the moment, as you can see. Okay, and then we're going to insert 2 more. So one there, okay, and join those 2 back up as well. And just going to double check the geometry there. No, that's all good. Let's just choose faces. No, that's all fine. And then just going to join that up as well there. So that's good. So that's all sort of come together very, very nicely there. And I think the ideal thing to do now really is to grab these bits here. Okay. And we'll start to pull those out as well. Just ease those back up into there and start to smooth out the edges there just a tiny bit. Okay, so that's going to pull fairly tight into the leg there. There we go. And again, we can start to sort this sort of saggy skin over. There we go. I'll just pop that there for now. And all of this stuff as well for the legs. We'll just ease that back in once we get there. So we've got to concentrate on that area anyway at some point. So let's just finish this part. So what we'll do, we'll just finish this area off just around here, and then we'll call this chapter done for now, and then next chapter we'll just carry on. Let's pull that down just a little bit more. Just want to get a little bit more form on that, and let's just get that area there. And then what I think we can do is grab these bits just here and push those up. Okay, that's a bit better. There we go. So that's going to enable us to get that kind of saggy kind of area looking a bit more convincing. Okay, like so. And then also, although this is looking more like the elephant, we will get this ridge working for us as well. Let's just push that back up into there, because we want to keep the sort of lizard-like sort of feature that we've got going on there. Okay, so we're just sort of crossbreeding this at the moment. So let's just grab that. I just want to shove this up just a tiny bit, just in there, and do that there like so. Okay, so if I hit F8, and if we go and grab our sculpting tool, and what we're going to do is just relax some of the geometry a little bit more without losing too much form or the edge flow. There we go, that's better. That's better already. Great stuff. Just run that into there as well. There we go. Okay, so we've done quite well with that. We've sort of looked at the edge flow, we've redirected it so it all sort of curves and flows around. The next chapter, it'll be more of the same, and we'll start to sort of head into sort of more muscle sort of territory really, and have a look at some more anatomy images and stuff like that. So we shall see you in the next chapter. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. We're just going to carry straight on with where we left off. What I'm looking at is sort of strengthening the areas of the back leg up, and sort of start to add the extra geometry once again onto our creature, and yeah, we'll just go from there really. So again, once again, I'm looking at the elephant reference that we looked at in the last chapter. As you can see on the elephant's leg here, it sort of, and the same with the back one, it tapers off very quickly and goes very straight, and then as it gets towards the bottom, it tapers back out to the wider sort of foot pad. I guess this is for more weight distribution really for the size of the elephant itself, so it's going to have these big wide feet to accommodate it so it doesn't sort of sink into the ground. But to get back to the point, I think what we need to do is we're not going to taper the legs off on our creature, because we want to keep it looking, you know, fairly unique and a little bit more like our drawing. But what we will do is add this kind of foot pad type effect to the base, or to the actual foot of the creature, but also again we'll try and keep this big fat forms, and but what we will do as well is look at the sort of the direction, if we can, of the way the muscles are sort of going into the legs, and also we'll be adding the strengthening of the elbows, if you like, and the joints around the front of the legs as well. And this is going to be useful if you come to rig your creature, so you know things don't collapse as can happen on various rigging techniques. Okay, so let's jump back in. So first of all, what we want to do is we want to shape up this leg just a little bit more. So I think what I'll do is, if we actually go and drag in 2 more loops on the back leg, like so. In fact, let's add another one just there. And then what we can do is, if we grab the lower one, like so, there we go. It's probably a little bit too big, so if I can just grab that loop there, we'll just taper that in ever so slightly. I don't want to overdo it, because like I said, we want to keep it looking more like the creature that we've got the design for. But what we will do is we'll start to round out some of these forms and stuff. Okay, I'll just try and keep it all looking as best possible. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do, just going to start to even out the mesh a little bit. For some reason that's not sliding. Let's just select that ring. Okay, there we go, that's better. Okay, just a little bit slow picking that up. Okay, so let's see if we can do that there, like so. And we'll do this one as well, that's better. And then what we can do is start to grab some of these verts and spread those out just a tad. And let's just make it a little bit uneven, just coming down here, just to get some of these forms. Okay, and we'll just pull this loop round a bit as well. So again, keep an eye on your reference, stuff like that. We're just going to pull these into here just a little bit more. Let's just push that back. And drop that down and push this one back in. So that's looking better already. And we just want to squish this one over in here just a little bit. Let's just zoom in a little bit more. So what we're going to do is just hit the soft mod just to pull that in ever so slightly. And let's just there we go, that's a bit better. And we can grab that, start to pull this all down as well. And the other thing I would like to do for this is actually grab this tail. If we can just make it a little bit longer. Okay, like so. I think that just balances the creature out just a little bit better. And also we just grab the underside just a bit more, and here as well. Just going to start lowering the belly a little bit. There we go. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. Okay, so let's just get back into the leg area just around here. So let's see where Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just even those out just a little bit more. Just around here as well. Just checking that out just a bit more. And then what we can do is going to add another edge loop, like so. And this time we're going to flare this out just a little bit, okay? Just so we can get a little bit of weight into that. And then we're just going to push that down just a bit as well. And then I'm going to grab some verts and just round this all out just a little bit. Okay. What I think what we need to do is, what I'm going to do is show you how to sort of add strengthening loops to the sort of knee and back of the knee area for rigging purposes. And again, as I said before, this is actually for strengthening the joints so they don't collapse when you put the rig together and when you start to weight up your character when you skin it. So it's something to bear in mind. Yeah, it's very useful for elbow joints, knee joints, all that kind of thing, sort of the hinge joints of the body. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's just bring this down as well. Okay, so that's all good as well. Okay, there we go. So I think we're getting some nice looking edge flow going on there. We're not going to be putting too much heavy sort of muscle deformation in. We will put some in very shortly just to make it look the part and stuff. Again, using the anatomy or the images here of the elephant that we have. Okay, so let's just do that there. Okay, so back of the leg, which was going to be sort of this area. Okay, what we can do very simply, I'm just going to use the paint selection tool. Okay, like so. In fact, let's see if we can do it with that one as well. And what I'm going to do is extrude like so. Okay, and that's going to enable it to strengthen that area out. But first of all, what we need to do is actually shape it all up. Okay, make it all nice and tidy, because we don't want it just sort of sitting there looking like this. So again, you have to go in, give these verts a bit of a tweak, stuff like that. Okay, but it's a very useful thing to do. Okay, so let's just bring all that round. Okay, so that's good. And then we'll just pull these back out ever so slightly. We may need to add an extra loop around there. Actually, I'm not too happy about the way that joins onto that, so we'll keep an eye on that and see where we go. But I think for now we'll leave it. Okay, so if we just grab these guys, I'm going to hit B. Let's just take the fall off, down, and then back up a little bit. And we can just push this back like so. Okay. And just give this a little bit more over tickle there, so that's all good. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll level this out just on the front here. Let's just bring these loops down, and we'll do the same again on the front here. So let's grab those there. Okay, and again, going to extrude this in like so. Okay, and then this time work the form around like so. Let's just balance that out a little bit more. Not happy with those sort of sitting there like that. Right, do apologise, just sort of going off on a tangent there, looking at other areas while I'm working. So just going to bring this stuff out. Okay, like so. And then keep the shape nice and round. What we could do as well, actually, if I just hit F8, go back to object mode and select the artisan brush, we can just hit relax, and that will do that for us as well. Okay, gives us a head start. You could even try a bit of smooth as well on there. Okay, like so. And then what I'm going to do this time is, if we just grab a couple of these points, I'm just going to hit B, just sort that fall off out with the soft selection. Okay, and then I'm going to pull that forward just a little bit, just so it bulks that knee out just a little bit more. Okay, like so. In fact, let's just give it a big pull forward. There we go. Okay, so that's going to add to the form of our creature. Okay, like so. But what I'd like to do as well is, if we can grab this back leg, if we can just pull that, whoops, wrong direction, and if we can just pull this inwards a little bit more, and just grab this area too. Okay, so that looks more natural already just by doing that. And what that's going to allow us to do is actually pull the bulk out a little bit more on the actual belly as well. So let's just drop down a little bit more. Okay. Okay, right, so that's not too bad there, and what I want to do is, I'm not too happy about those two faces there, so let's just grab those, turn off the soft selection and spin our faces and see what we can get. That's a little bit better. Yeah, so let's go with that one there, I think. Okay, so we can just now ease the edge flow back in like so. So it's pretty good. And we'll just pop that there and there.
Okay, so let's just round that just a tiny bit more. Okay, like so. And what I want to do as well is, while we're panning around, is just add a little bit extra geo to the base of this pad. Okay, and we'll just make this four-sided all the way around, like so. I can grab this guy. There we go. And once again, just give it a quick shape out, like so. And we'll just round it out just a little bit more as well. There we go. Okay. So, we're just going to pull these around just a little bit, just to get them looking like they need to. Pull that down. This one down as well. There we go, that's better. Okay. And all I'm doing now is just tweaking this just to make sure everything's okay. And let's just have a look at that. I think what we can do is we can sort of thin out towards the back where the sort of Achilles tendon sort of position is. Let's just move this around as well. So if we can grab these guys here, and that, okay, and we'll just scale that in like so. And you can just straighten that edge ever so slightly, and then make sure it sticks out towards the bottom a little bit as well. Okay, and again, just balancing out the rest of these. Okay. Okay, so that's good, that's all fine. And there we go. Let's just bring that up. Okay. And then what we can do, not overly happy with the way that's sitting there on the back. So let's balance out these verts a little bit more. That's better. There we go. Okay, so you can see the form of that. It's really started to come alive. If we have a quick look without the wire, and if we can just smooth this off. Whoops. Okay, so you can see the form already starting to appear without the wire on, so that's a good sign as far as I'm concerned. The shapes are doing what they need to, so I think what we can do is start to tweak this just a little bit more. In fact, I think we'll push that forwards ever so slightly, bring these down, just round that out, just on the back there, okay, like so. And then I'm going to add another loop there, another one there, and another one there, and we'll do one there. Okay. And we'll slide these around just a little bit, just to balance those out just a little bit more. And then what I'm going to do is begin just to sort of round that out. Sorry for the silence there, I was just sort of concentrating on what was going on. Okay, so we just need to move these up a bit as well, just to sort of optimise the space really. Okay, like so. Okay, there we go. So that's looking better already. So I'm quite happy with the way that geometry is sitting. So let's just have a quick look at this upper leg, just in here, and what have we got? Okay, so just going to have a quick look at the elephant that we have here. Just checking out the sort of the bulk of the muscle on the upper part of the leg here. It's relatively sort of straightforward. Just looking at the way the lines in the leg are going, we're actually pretty much on track to add just a little bit of a hint of underlying muscle, I think. So what we're going to do is just have a look. Let's just make sure this is all in place first. Okay, so if we have a look at this, so we're going to have a look at, let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, let's undo that one and that one as well. So what I'm going to do is extrude this like so, and just pull that forwards just a little bit, okay, and then grabbing these, what we can do as well is spin those like so. In fact, let's go the other way, that's better. And then what we can do is begin to sort of smooth this area out as well. Okay, and then the top one, grabbing those two, we'll just spin the loops back round into the leg. I think we'll go that way on that one, that's pretty good. So we get a kind of this sort of hint of a muscle just sort of lying underneath there. And what we're going to do, we're going to place another one in here as well. So let's just tidy up this edge flow first before we do anything else. Okay. So what I'm doing, I'm just putting in the sort of subtle sort of areas where we could get a dent or a slight crease from where the muscle mass is under the leg. Okay, so let's just pull that one up, and also that one there, and we'll grab these guys, just pull those down a little bit as well. Okay, there we go. Just round that out. So then we want to let's grab those just there. Oops, too many. Okay. And we'll do the same again. So we're just going to extrude that, and this time inwards again, I think, and then we're going to pull that out just a little bit as well. Squish those together, grab those two and push those in that way, and then the same with this one. Okay, and then what we can do is start to smooth it all out. There we go. And then that there can come out. Okay, so there's the muscle there. Okay, so again, I do apologise for the silence. I'm just sort of concentrating on the job in hand, just making sure everything's going okay. It's really nothing really overly strenuous apart from the pulling of the verts around and just adding in sort of new areas and stuff. So what we're going to do is just going to grab that and just really pull that across like so. Just make sure this is all good as well. Let's just have a look at that. Okay, so if we hit F8 and have a look, so that's already getting some form of line there. Again, it is subtle, but that's what I'm looking for. So that's all good. We could probably do with a little bit of a tweak sort of around here, I think. Okay, so let's just pull that out just a tiny bit. Okay. And we'll push this back like so. And we'll just round that off, just make sure it's all fitting okay. And let's just pull this one forward, that one back. I think we'll push that one back as well, so we get a more gentle sort of fall off as it starts. And then as the crease in the middle there, we'll just hire up some of these to go with it. Okay, so again, just going to grab the artisan tool, go to F8, object mode, and just smooth it out as best as I can without losing the work that we've just done. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And then just switching back to the elephant pictures here, just having a quick look. And I think that's all looking okay. Okay, that's good. So I'm happy with that. So all I'm going to do now, just to finish off the chapter, just going to throw in some more, not on that one, just some more geometry for the tail. Okay, like so. And we'll leave it there. So once we get to the next chapter, we'll carry on with the front leg and go from there, and then we can start adding some toenails and stuff like that, and then we'll obviously the chapters after we'll start having a look at the back and the tail as well. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'll see you in the next section. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. As I said in the last chapter, we're going to be getting on with the front leg for this one, and then we'll move on from there. So first of all, I just want to bring over this bit of elephant muscle reference. I did actually find it quite hard to come by on the web after a bit of search on the old Google search engine. This was probably one of the best ones I could come up with. There was a lot of the sort of taxidermy type stuff, which was a little bit difficult to sort of judge what was going on and where. So I thought this was probably the best thing really for the for our model itself. So I'm going to be looking at the sort of the elbow and the front of the leg here. Very similar to what we did with the back leg, with the adding the loops around, and then we're going to give an indication of muscle under the skin as well. So I'm just going to move this out of the way onto my other monitor, and let's get cracking. So we're going to start to add a little bit of geometry, I think, as well. So I think what we can do is pop some in here, okay, like so, and let's just do another one there for now as well. And what we can do is just start to round things out just a little bit better than before, because this is all still looking a little bit sort of lumpy and sort of square. So let's get everything into place. Oops, it's not that one. If we can grab that, there we go. So let's just start to sort of flatten this area off ever so slightly, because I've got some other elephant reference here of the sort of this back section here. It's quite a nice interesting shape, which we'll go over very shortly. But for now, let's just finish off rounding this and just sort of tune this area up a little bit more as well. And I think what I'll do is get our old friend the artisan brush just to relax these loops a little bit more, also for a little bit of speed as well. So save us going around point pulling and boring you to tears. So let's just pull this one out just a little bit. I'm just going to quickly swap some reference. I'm just going to find it and I'll bring it across and show you, because it is a rather sort of interesting sort of area. So here's one of them. So if we just zoom in, you can see the elbow here, if you want to call it the elbow, on the elephant there. And it's a real wicked looking shape. And if we just go through here, so you can see there's another one here. Pretty both different types of elephants, but obviously you know, the anatomy is pretty much the same. And let's just whiz back through. So let's have a look what we got. There was another one, there it is, that's the one there. Just after that, there it is, this one here. So if we just zoom in, it's got this really nice looking sort of bone and stuff going on here. So we'll have a look at sort of reproducing something like that as well for that area. So I'm just going to swing that back, and what we'll do, we'll just start to get all this, as I said, a bit more shapely. So it's always useful to have a look at reference, so always a really good guide. So let's just put in a loop there as well. So I'm just going to move this back just a tiny bit. There we go. that there. Okay, like so. And we'll just delete that. Sorry, deselect that, not delete. We want to keep that stuff. And we'll just move that ever so slightly just to there for now. Okay, so let's just go and grab the artisan brush. Okay, just make sure we're on. Is that the relaxed one that we're on? I believe it is. That's pinch, so that's relaxed. Good. So just going to ease this bunch of polys into place like so. Just bring that down, and this one as well. Now we'll do it from the inside where we can't get as well. There we go. Okay. Okay, so there we go. So that's looking a little bit neater already. And what I think we need to do is we just jump down to the foot pad. Okay, I've managed to get hold of some nice foot reference as well, but we won't worry about that at the moment. We're just blocking out, or just sort of starting to detail out rather the leg itself. So I just want to make sure we've got a fairly nice bit of smooth geometry going on here. Okay, like so, and there as well. Okay, so that's all good. So let's move to the front of the leg, just in this area here, where I think we're going to need to bend. So if we use that as the top starting point of everything there, and then what we can do is we can go in and we can grab these faces. How many do we do on the back here? So we did 2 lots. Okay, like so. Okay, then all we're going to do is an extrude. And we'll just extrude that in. Okay, like so. And we'll just round that out. Okay. If you like, it's just the reverse of the other leg, so with a little bit of extra going on with the bony bits. So okay, so that's all good. Happy with that. That's all looking good. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So what I'm going to do now is just go to the back. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll grab, let's just have a look, just make sure we've got a good amount of polys there in the right place. So I think what I'll do, if we grab that leg, hold the control key down, bring up the marking menu, and then do the same again to grow selection and hit G. So I'm just going to bring that up to there. I'm just going to pull that leg out ever so slightly. We're going to put it back. If I just deselect those 2 rows. So I'm just going to bring that out, and the same again with that one, and we'll do that just there. Okay, that'll do for now, because we're going to put it all back after anyway, so that's all good. Let's just round out the inside there, just very quickly. Okay, so let's have a look at this bony area just at the back here. So let's just give it a little bit of room. Okay, like so. And
let's pop that forward. Okay, let's push these forward as well, the ones that we actually want to use. Okay, so what I'm going to do is going to grab these faces here, that one, and that one. If I can grab it, come on, there we go. Let's just deselect those as well, and we don't want that one. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Just going to pull that out ever so slightly, just there, and what we'll do is, I think, because the proportions are slightly different on our creature than to an actual elephant, what we'll do, we'll choose that bottom one as well, and if we go and extrude, okay, like so, and we'll just push everything up and in, and then we can start to shape all this up. Okay, and by grabbing these edges as well, we can make things a little smoother, a little quicker. Okay, and we'll just grab that one there. Okay, so it's just a case of shaping this up, getting it to look right. Let's bring that wider. So you can see now I brought that leg out just a little bit, just so it didn't intersect too much with the stomach there, or the belly area. Okay, so we'll shape all this in. Okay, there we go. And now what we can do is start to define the actual shape a bit better now. Okay, so let's bring all this sort of forward. Bring these down just a little bit, and what we can do is a little trick. Let's get the edge flow sort of working back in on itself. So what we'll do, we'll grab that face and that face, okay, like so, and using the spin faces tool we can have a look and start to get things sort of going back up and smooth into the actual elephant's body. And I think I was right the first time there. We'll use that one like so. Okay, go back to vert mode, just bring that in. Okay, there we go. And again, we can go back to F8, we can just smooth it all out ever so slightly. Okay, like so. Just get things moving a little bit around there. And we can do the same around this area as well. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Just want to go in here, just pull this about a little bit. Okay, like that. Okay, so just want to define this a bit more now. Just going to push this in. Like so. Okay. And just going to bring that back in as well. Just give it a little bit of shape there. Bring that down. Okay. So starting to get some form going on there. Okay, now then, what we want to do is let's try and strengthen that area up just a little bit more. Okay, let's bring that over. Let's have a look at that. May have to tweak that a little bit. Let's just have a look at that. So we can get a loop running round there. Okay, so let's have a look. That works perfectly. That's good. Yeah, that's great. That's absolutely fine for what we need. Probably balance it out a little bit later. But for now that's absolutely fine. Okay, so what I want to do is we can make a loop in this area here. Okay, so we're going to do a bit of gung-ho type work, and I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to try and not to harm any polys in the process. Okay, so let's have a look. And we're going to put one in there, there, and there. Okay, because it's quite defined on the back of this elephant's leg, and I think it's going to be an ideal way to actually do this. So we're going to go ahead, just shape this guy up. I know we've got a five-sider in there, but we'll cure that in a moment. Let's just get everything else into the whereabouts that we need. Okay. I think over the years when with doing this type of stuff you just become a bit more confident, hopefully, and you can just sort of start to look at stuff and think, hey, I can cut that in there, that will do that, if I do this and that, you know, things like this. You know, I'm not afraid to just go in and cut away at the mesh, because I know there's going to be a way out of that. I think it's just really good to be a bit loose as well with things, because as I've probably mentioned before on other tutorials, you know, designs and things change, and you know, you need to be ready for stuff like that. You know, and especially with anatomy and stuff as well. You know, you might do something, you know, that might look really good and stuff like that, but someone might change their mind or redesign a creature. So you know, it's always good to keep things simple and, you know, as correct as possible. But you know, at the same time, bear in mind that it may need to be redone at some stage. So what I was going to do here, I was going to lay in actually another couple of loops and just shape these up a little bit. So back with four sides there, as you can see. So I'm just going to start to bring these up as well. Again, these are to strengthen those areas up. So what we need to do is we want to find the corner of that one, which is there and there. A little bit tricky to see, but hopefully we get the right spot, and there it is, just in there. So that's good. Let's jump inside the leg itself, and there it is, just there. So a little bit of internal editing there. Okay, so that's good. Inside the leg of an elephant or a creature. Okay, so that's pretty good. Okay, something like that. And let's just start to move this down a little bit. I think what we can do is add an extra loop sort of around that area. So there's a few little bits and pieces I want to do to the leg here, so just want to try and make some room and stuff. Okay, so there and there. Okay. Like so, let's just bring those down. Not forgetting that I've got to just tweak up the mesh just down there where the elbow is, what we've just put in. So that's all fine. And where are we there? So what I may need to do, just looking at this area here, is actually connect something through there across the body there. So we may need to redirect that, but we'll have a look at that a bit later on when we've almost joined the two halves together. Okay, so let's grab this guy and pop that in there, and that one there as well. So there we go, back to good old four-sided polys. Okay. There we go. So that's looking pretty good. Okay. That in there. Put that there. That's fine. That's good. And what we can do now is just tweak the mesh, just round it out just a little bit. Yeah, balance out these polys a bit better. There we go. Okay, so let's grab the artisan tool once again. And all I'm doing is just gently smoothing those out, like so. And this is going to help us also as well when we go to ZBrush. So let's just tweak that across there, and that across there. There we go. Okay, so that's good. So that's given us that sort of bony sort of area that we were looking at, sort of the base for it anyway, once we get over to ZBrush. Now I'm just going to tweak that ever so slightly just to keep that sort of in line. Okay, so let's go down to the base of the foot. So let's select the faces here. Okay, and all we can do, very simple, extrude. There we go. Okay, and then just level everything out, just make sure it's all equal so we don't get any funky stuff going on when we come to smooth it. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we're going to start to add a few more loops and stuff now. We're going to sort of shape it out like we did with this one. Okay, so I think what we can do is add another couple there. There we go. That's looking pretty good. And then we can grab this one and we'll just scale this out. This is to round it all out once again like we did before. Okay. And I think we'll taper that one in just a bit. This one as well. Okay. And I think we can do a slight loop shift on that. And we'll pop another one in there. And we'll pop another one in there as well. Okay, like so. And then again, we can just, whoops, like so. Just going to, actually that's the wrong one. So we just grab those guys just there. There we go, that's better. And just pull that down ever so slightly. A little bit of a hassle there, trying to select my edge loops. For some reason Maya's not doing it when I ask it to do on a single click. Okay. And there we go. Okay, so I'm just going to switch to the anatomy image now, and I'm just going to put in some bits and pieces just coming down the leg here and stuff, just to give us a little bit of definition going on around there. So I think what we'll do, if we start up sort of around here once again, and we'll just, in fact what we'll do, if we use the selection brush, and if we come down to about there, I would say, and let's have a look at that. That's pretty good. And if we do a slight extrusion there, okay, as well. So I'm just going to put it out a fair bit, just so it gives us a little bit to play with there. Okay, and then this one and this one, we're going to spin back in towards the knee, or the inner elbow, whatever you want to call it. So spin that face back in, so that's all good, like so. And then what we'll do, let's just have a look up here, see how we're getting on. Let's pull this out and about, because this needs to be a bit wider towards the top as well. There we go. So it may not look ideal right this very second, but I can assure you it will be fine once we've dealt with it. There we go. So that's all going to get there now. Okay. And just keep that sort of tapered and yet sort of curved at the same time. And just going to ease this round into here just a bit better as well. There we go. Okay, so what we can do is have a look at this. Let's just pull this one up like so, and we'll bring that down just a little bit more there as well. Okay, so and then what we'll do, let's have a look at that, looking a little bit too square as ever, and so we'll get our dear friend the artisan brush just to smooth affairs out there. Okay, and then by just bringing those in, and that one there, and I think what we can do is bring that back up just a little bit more, just to bring that round. Okay, like so, and then what we'll do is grab those two, and let's see what we can do with those. I think that may be better going towards, yeah, that's better, that's much better. Okay, so that's better going towards the front there and coming back round on itself, which is a lot nicer. Okay, and then finally what we can do is, again, we're going to grab that one, that one, that one, that one and that one, and I think that should suffice on there, and we'll do the same thing once again. Okay, scale it in. Okay, like so, and again I'm just going to bring bits and pieces of this out just so it comes right out and round. Let's just smooth that as best possible, and there as well. Okay, sorry if there's a silence, it's because I'm just concentrating on the task in hand. I don't think there's really any need to explain stuff when I'm showing when the technique has sort of been done really there, and you know, we're just sort of tweaking it again as we do. So let's grab, try and spin some faces there. Whoops, the mouse jump in there. Okay, so let's grab some faces and let's do a little bit more spinning. Okay, so let's just bring that up, and what I want to do is grab that guy there, hit B, we're just going to do a soft mod selection there, just going to balance stuff out just a little bit, just to bring it into play a little bit better, and we're going to grab those two there. Okay, we're going to spin these guys around like so. Okay, and I'm just going to bring that down to about there. Let's just even this out, not equin. Alright, there we go. So that's better generally there, and that's okay. And let's just round this out as well. Okay, like so. Okay. just looking at that just there, I think what we can do is, if we have a look at these two faces here, we may be able to spin those around. Let's have a look. No, not those two. Let's try those. That's better. Well, what we can do there is get rid of that edge just in there. You see that edge? So I'm going to delete that, and we still end up with 4 sides. And although that's a pretty big gap there, we can probably sort that out just by moving things around just a little bit. And let's bring that right down, actually, there now. That's going to work out for the better, I think, doing that. And let's just bring that back down, we don't need that there. And then we can pull those into there, which is pretty good. A little bit of an ugly bit of geometry there, so what I'm going to do is minimize that to about there, and then even that out, and we'll throw in a loop just in there, like so. And then what we can do is take that back where we had it, so it keeps everything nice and tidy. Okay. Okay, and there we go. Right, so then all I'm going to do, I'm going to run our dear friend, the artisan brush, once again, just to relax everything. All into position, and there we go. So what I'm going to do is leave that there for now. Okay, and what we're going to do, we're going to come back and we're going to finish off the legs by adding some toes. Okay, we're going to do that on just one leg, and then we'll switch off from there, and then we'll repeat the process, but also we'll be looking at the backbone and also the tail, and then we're almost there. So just by adding a bit more geometry just to connect the head and stuff up, and we're almost good to go. Get a tongue put in the head, and then we can jump over into ZBrush and add some cool detail. So I shall see you in the next chapter, so cheers for now. Okay, welcome back. Before we get started, what I want to do, in the last chapter we did this area here. It was one of the final things that we looked at. Still not overly happy with it, so I've just been sort of having a look at it between now and the last chapter, and I think what we can do is probably spin the faces around here somewhere just to have a look, see what we can do, really, just to give it a better balance. I'm not actually very happy with the way that that is actually sitting. Let's have a look here, see what we can do. Let's grab those two there, and we can spin those. Let's have a look at that. So just want to emulate the layout in the leg a lot better. And what we can do, we can get rid of that. Let's have a look at that there. That's a bit better. Okay, so that may work for the best on that. So let's just move these things around. Okay, that's pretty good actually. So we just level out some of these polys. Okay, so that's kind of cool. That's sort of heading in the right direction now, which is very good. So that's making me feel a lot happier about that area. Although we could sort of probably do something with this here as well. Let's have a look at that.
Just want to try and get it as fluid as possible. Well, it might not be that one, it could be those. Let's just go back. There we are. Let's have a look there. That's not bad. Let's get rid of that. That's better. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that there. Yeah, that's much nicer. Okay, cool. Okay, so we can carry on. So it's always worth just sort of looking over your mesh and stuff. We're still getting that kind of shape from the muscle coming down that side, so that's actually worked out quite well there. I'm pleased with that, so that's all good. So, okay, carrying on. Also looking at some elephant reference and also the front of our foot here. I think what we're going to need to do is actually throw in some of this sort of geometry just on the front here as well on the lower part. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the front faces. If I can just let's just go into our face mode and we can just grab those 6 there with our selection brush, and all it is a simple extrusion, and just do that, okay, like so. In fact, let's be a bit tidier about that. Let's do it like that and bring that forwards, okay, like so. And then what we want to do, vertex mode, and we just want to move these polys around, or the verts around just a little bit, just to round everything out. Okay, so it's the same as before really, same exercise, just to do that. Okay. Also in the last chapter, I mentioned the fact of putting a tongue in the head when I'd already done it, so I do apologise about that. What I did actually mean to say was the actual eyeball, so we'll be doing that as part of the course as well. Not the tongue, because we've already built half a tongue a couple of chapters back now, so I do apologise for repeating myself there. So what we can do is once all these bits and pieces are out of the way, we can jump in and do ourselves the eyeball. But the tongue, all we need to do with the tongue is just flip that across and do the other half really, so there's nothing too drastic to do there. There's the geometry for it there, as you may recall, so that's all good. So the culprit that awaits is the eyeball, but we'll get onto that a bit later on. So if we go back to F8, we're going to call up the artisan brush, we're going to use the relax once again like we did in previous chapters. Okay, so just going to make that just a little bit better, a little bit smoother there, and that's all looking pretty good. Now the front foot does differ quite a lot from the back, so we're going to leave that as is for now. The one thing we are going to do is I'm just going to jump into our reference here, and I'm just going to have a quick flick through, have a look at these legs. We are going to move the legs back inwards, as I said as well. And if I can find the image, I think it's that one there. Yeah, so these, you can see where the legs are quite skinny, and especially on this one at the back here, you know, the legs are right in as it walks, stuff like that. So we're going to have a look at just popping stuff back into place very shortly. But first of all, what I'm going to do is we're going to have a look at some toes, because I think our creature will actually need them. Let's just slide these verts around here just to give ourselves a bit more to play with. And although we've got something very similar to an elephant's foot, we're not going to copy it exactly to the letter. What we're going to do is actually do a couple of toes, or toenails should I say, and just going to grab these verts here and get rid of that one, we don't need that, and just move these across, okay, like so. Okay, there we go. And let's just pull this back down as well.
Okay, so what I'm planning on doing, if we just have a quick look at this, and we'll just move that one across as well. Actually, let's just move it back a little bit. Just try and balance it all out. Okay, so what have we got? So I think what we can do, if we grab these guys here, okay, these guys here, and if we have a look at the back as well, and we'll do, in fact, let's do the front ones first. Okay, that'll work out better, I think. So all we can do is an extrusion, okay, like so. Okay, so just gonna do that like that. Just bring that up just a little bit. Just check everything's okay. We're not intersecting, anything like that. And we're gonna do another one. Okay, another extrude. Okay, so these ones look a little bit odd. And we're just gonna tweak these out. So let's go back and just extrude those like so. That one's not too bad, so we'll deselect that guy and we'll bring this one over. So this is what happens sometimes with the extrude tool. Just gives you a little bit more work to do, unfortunately. It's a bit of a pain, but all we need to do now is just shape these toenails up, okay, like so. So we'll make these sort of roundish and stuff. Okay. Now we'll just take all that back just a little bit more. And as always, just start to round it off like so. Okay, so starting to round this out just a little bit more. Okay. And we'll just start to add some shape to the top there. Okay. Okay, this is very similar to how sort of I would do, say for instance, a human being's hand or the finger of a hand. For those of you who are familiar with the Gordon Ramsay tutorial on the Simply website, you'll see that the fingers and the fingernails are all extruded into one. So this is a very similar sort of technique for doing that sort of thing. I was going to
actually do these all separate, but I kind of felt that the geometry was there already, and just take advantage of it and do it that way. If you want to, you can always separate those out after, if you want, if you feel the need to. But the geometry is there, and you know, we're going into ZBrush to do some stuff anyway, so it's not so bad. Okay, so we've got this one to shape up. That one's not too bad. So what I'm going to do here is just round that out a little bit more. And what we'll do when we shape these out and put one in on the back, we'll come in and add some extra geometry to support the outer loops and stuff like that. So we'll just give this a little bit more of a tickle. Okay, like so. And we'll bring that one up as well, and just grab that one and that one, and just bring those across. Okay, so it's all looking pretty good. Okay, so on to this one. Same thing again. So I'm just going to grab the edges this time. Whoops, if I can. Just center those up, sort of almost in line with that. And we're going to grab these. Just deselect those back ones, we don't want those. And I'm going to push those up, like so. Okay, same again, just rounding it all out, just getting it all into place. And I think what we could do is just push this back a little bit, just there, that's good. I'm going to grab some verts just here. Okay. And we'll just bring those all down, just like we did with this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just grab these on the end here, let's get rid of those, don't want that, and this one here as well. And what we're going to do, we're going to make this side a little bit lower than this side, just to give it that sort of ergonomic, sort of more of a natural kind of feel to it as well. We're going to take it back a little bit as well, and we'll go back to the other one and we'll do the same there. So let's just push these back in like so, just so they're not too big and chunky, but there's a more of a hint, if you like, of that going on. Okay, so that one's pretty good there, and again we'll just do something with the geo here, that's better. So look at that, let's just zoom out, have a quick look. Yeah, that's much better doing that. So we'll do the same thing here, just grab those on there, just move these down. like so. Just move those back, and we'll just move these back in as well, because I think they're sticking out just a little bit too far. And we'll push that back inwards just to there. That's much nicer. It's a bit more natural looking as well. Okay, like so. And there we go. I think that's good enough for that. So let's jump onto the back. And what we'll do, we'll grab these ones here. Oops, I don't want that lot. Okay. And we'll do another extrude. In fact, let's undo that. Scale these in just a little bit. Not too concerned about that bit at the moment. Now we'll do our extrude. Okay, like so. Grab that. Push that back a bit. Hit G. Re-extrude. And push that down just a tiny bit. And then what we can do, we can grab some of this geo. Okay. And again, same task, we'll just round it out, and this time with a little bit of a sort of difference on this one because it's a bit smaller at the back. So we'll just get this all sorted. And we'll just pull these down just a tiny bit, just there, and we grab that and that as well. And let's see if we can flatten those out. That's better. Grab those, pull those down, and do the same with these as well. Okay. Just try and get a bit of shape. There we go. Okay, and we'll push that back as well, even more. And we'll bring that down. There we go. And we'll just bring those forward ever so slightly, and same with that one as well. So we can just bring that back. Okay, so just level that out. So that's really all we're going to do for that. I'm not going to do the front foot, so otherwise it's just completely pointless to do the same thing over and over. I think those three are enough. Okay. So let's just bring these in and down just a little bit more, and we'll round that out as well. I think we've got too many. Okay, that's good. Okay, so what we're going to do is just add a little bit more geo around here. Let's just have a look. Let's come back down to the oscillate. No, that's all off. Good. Okay, so what we're going to do is come around here and okay, like so. I know what some of you are probably thinking, oh my god, there's a triangle there. That's okay. What we need to do is that. Pretty straightforward. Merge that. Same again. Okay, like so. Merge that. That's done. And again, same with this. Okay, so just go all the way around. Just make sure you've got the right ones as well. Merge those together. There we go. Same again. Okay. And merge those guys together as well. There we go. So that's all good. Okay. So it's just an extra little bit of geometry there, and let's just give it a little bit more shape as well. Okay, just pushing that forward ever so slightly. There we go. So that's that one. You could probably make it a little bit wider if you want as well. I'm just looking at this. There's a bigger picture now with what we can do with it. So just make it a little bit wider. Okay, there we go. So again, the same. So just going to bring those round. Okay. Same again. So either one of those, just grab, pull that, merge that vert down, reshape, job done. Let's just go around and do these as well. Okay, like so. And there. Okay. And again, we'll just pull this forward just a little bit more, just around this area. Just make sure the shape is all good. Okay, and the same once again around here. Okay, there we go, all done. So all that leaves now is the back one. Okay.
move those in a bit. Okay, there we go. That's all looking pretty good. I'm pleased with that. That's fine. And all we need to do is just bring these in just a little bit more, just around here. Okay, and once more. Okay. Same method, all the way around. Merge that. And merge that. Just as a sort of a short side note, those of you who've got an interest in creature building, character building, whatever, there's a fantastic 15-minute blog by Peter Jackson for The Hobbit that appeared online today, which was really, really cool. I really suggest if you can dig any of those Hobbit blogs out, they really are quite inspiring, some really cool stuff to look at, and yeah, very, very good. Also, I think it's the film The Life of Pi that's been directed by Ang Lee. There's a few articles online as well with some really cool footage of shot breakdowns of the tiger and the zebra and the orangutan. They're all actually all digital in the film, and very, very impressive. So if you come across those, they're worth checking out. I can't remember offhand who the people were, the website, but I can assure you it's some really, really cool stuff. But I think the studio that did the effects for the animals is Rhythm and Hues, so just do a search or something online and you should find that. That's very, very cool stuff. So okay, so there we go. That's pretty much it on that. So let's have a look at that, see how we're looking. So that's all pretty good. So what we want to do now, just to finish this off, this particular chapter, is we're going to grab the leg, okay, like so, and I'm just going to do a grow selection. That's holding the control, and then bring out the marker menu and do the same again, and then you can just hit G like so. Okay, and let's just nip in here and deselect some of these guys. Okay, and I'm going to hit B just for a soft selection. I'm going to push this leg back in like so, and also I'm going to scale it just a little bit as well, just give it a bit of a squeeze, and in that direction as well. So I think that looks a lot better already just for doing that, which is great. So just a little bit of a tweak here, just to bring out the bulk again, just on the top of this leg. There we go. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of that elephant reference on the leg, so I'm just going to grab these here, just going to push this lot in a bit more as well, and we're going going to push that in as well there. Oh, yeah, kind of like that. And just a little bit more there. So I think now the sort of the form is beginning to take a much better shape. Let's just pull that forward. I want these a little bit chunkier. Let's do that from there so we get a bit more of a crease. There we go, like so. Not too worried about this 5-sider here at the moment. We've got plenty to deal with at the moment with regard to the rest of the model. So yeah, there we go. So I'm going to end this chapter here. What we're going to do is we're going to do the front leg exactly the same in between now and the next chapter, and then when we come back we'll start doing the back and the tail and get those finished, and we'll have a look at joining everything up and getting this nice sort of fleshy bit to continue all the way to the front towards the head, and we can basically go in and finish tweaking that, and then I think that'll be it. Just one more chapter in Maya, and then we'll be off into ZBrush. So I shall see you in the next chapter. Right then, as you can see, in between the now and the last chapter, I've gone in and I've added the extra foot. Actually, I took the actual geometry from this one and added it to this one, and just sort of blended everything back in on itself. So we've got something pretty cool to work with. And while I'm at it, let's just go back to object mode and delete all the history there as well. So that's all good. So what we're looking at really now is like the home straight, if you like, for the main base model of our creature here in Maya. So it's it'll either be this chapter or the next one that will finish it all off. So let's crack on. So what we're looking at doing now is we're going to start looking at the geometry to start joining everything up, and also we'll look at the tail and everything as well, and go from there. So let's crack on. So what I want to do first is actually have a look at this lovely baggy bit of skin that we can now start to sort of get the geometry right and bring it up to the rest of the neck just here. So what I'm going to do is just sort of mould this out just a little bit. Let's take that down a bit on the soft mod. So just going to bring that down a bit, just give it a little bit of looseness. I know the design will sort of differ very much, or not very much, from the actual concept art just there. But I think as we've gone along, it's sort of developed in its own little way as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to start matching all this stuff up. So let's grab our split poly tool. It's just on the inside here, and we're going to start to just add the geo, okay, like so. So just put in what we need for now, coming from the head itself. Okay, so just quickly run through this as best possible without making too much mess. Okay, so that's done, and then we just need to add these guys here. So that's all good. And there as well. So that's all good. So the next thing we need to do is just sort this gap out just here. So all we need to do is just come out of the soft mod and hit V and snap that to the corresponding points, and we'll just quickly run merge verts on that as well. Now I've got a shortcut there on my shelf, and we'll just give this a bit of a tickle, and this one as well, just back here. We'll just start to pull these all out. Okay, like so. Where are we? There we go. So we've got something spare going on just in there, so we'll just get rid of that for now. Okay, like so.
Okay, so we're going to go from these points here, and what we'll do, let's have a look. So we've got those ones there. Let's just grab the selection. Okay. And just see where that's coming out from. So that's about there. That's about right as well. I'm just going to pull that out. Whoops, seems we've grabbed an edge just on there. Okay, so let's just start to pull that out. So you can see in there it's starting to make a bit more sense. Okay, like so. Just pull that out. And we'll do the same with these guys as well. Just grab that there. Deselect that one if we can. Where's that one gone? And there it is up there. Okay. There we go. So we'll just start to get that bagginess of the skin on the underside there. And let's grab that edge there. And we can start to put everything in. Okay. And the other thing, let's grab that one and push that down as well and bring that in. Okay, there we go. So that's looking pretty good. So now we just need to start going around and snapping what we can to these bits as well. Okay. So as you can see, I've got a few stray verts on there where we did a little bit of editing once before when we were on the head itself. So let's just get all these into place around here, and what I'm going to do is just do a global delete on the extra points and stuff. Whoops, except for the one on the edge there. So let's do that again. So there. Okay, and just on there as well. We'll delete that. There we go. Okay, so back to the snapping. So this won't take very long. Let's have a look. So what we want to do is grab that one. And in fact, let's undo that. Let's leave that one there. We'll do every other one for a minute. Okay. And we'll run another one through there. Okay, like so. But what we need to do is just make sure that these guys all match up as well. So I think it's going to probably get a little bit messy for a minute. Okay, and then we can grab that guy and that guy. And there we go. Okay, so it's tiny bit messy, nothing drastic. It's the sort of thing that's good to learn from as well, in terms of you know, how much geometry and stuff, and the right places to put new loops if you need to. So that's good, so that's great there. So let's pull that down, so we're good there, so that's great. So what we want now is we just grab our soft mod tool, start to pull things down onto here. Just neaten this out. Okay, like so. And we'll just re-snap those back into there. There we go. so. And what we're going to do now is just do that. Okay, go to F8 like so, and what we're going to do is combine those together. Okay, and we're going to grab those verts, except for the ones that haven't got any geometry leading to. We're just going to do a quick global sort of merge there. So we've got a couple of strays in there, which isn't, it's no big deal. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go in and just start to add one or two more loops there. That's great. Okay, now the one that I was a little bit concerned about was the loop that's going to run through here. So it may well be that we need to grab that one. Let's delete that. Bring that down. Okay, like so. Get this one. Just going to snap that there. Okay. Like so. So that leaves us that one there. And we can bring these down. We'll do all this properly afterwards. We'll get the artisan brush on it and stuff, and we'll start to really sort of balance everything out. Okay, cool. So the other thing I was going to mention for this actual tutorial, we're not going to be doing any UV work because we're going to do a proper texture and UV and texture volume for this particular creature. So because we're working in ZBrush for the deformation work, we're not going to need any form of UV. And the great thing is we can always bring the low-res model back into Maya once we've done all the sculpting and UV that, and then take that back into ZBrush and apply all the UVs back. So it's no big deal. So there's no rule sort of. It's not a linear workflow. We can go back and forth, which is really good. Okay, so let's look at this guy here. So what I want to do is just start. Let's do this in chunks. Okay, so from there and there. So we want to go all the way around here. Okay, and then we're going to go up and round. Now you remember in a couple of chapters back I mentioned I wasn't too sure about this back of the leg here where it meets the body, because I was a bit concerned about this area, and this is going to be kind of a solution, if you like, to fix that and make it a little bit better. And as you can see, it's going to cause a triangle and also a five-sider there, but that's not a problem, because what we're going to do is we're just going to finish connecting that there for now. Okay, and we're going to grab the verts, and all we're going to do is snap that across, okay, like so. Merge that up and give this a bit of a shout around here just to get it going. There we go. So that's all good. So that for me is a little bit better in that area, and we can just bring that up as well now. So that's all good. So now we can space all this out. Okay, like so. So then all we need to do is just start to run some extra loops back down to the tail. Okay, so join it up, that's done. Okay, and let's have a look here, let's have a look around, see what we've got. I think what we can do is actually move a couple around from here. So if we grab these edges, okay, and I'll just pull those down. Okay, like so. That's all pretty good. I'm happy with that. And now these up here, we can start to move around as well, just to sort of get it all looking nicely balanced. Obviously we've still got the top of the back to do, so this will all help it as well along the way. So we have this other loop going on just here, so we're going to add that, and again that's going to help with the geometry for the backbone as well. as it goes off and all the way down to the tail, and then all we need to do is join these up. So there we go, and let's double check that and do that. There we go. So that's good. Right, so now we just need to come in and just start to give things a bit of a tweak. And what have we got here? Let's have a look. How many have we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think is it 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's just go down to here. That's okay. So we do need to sort this out. So I want to try and keep the tail, you know, quite tidy. Don't want these loops getting too crammed up and stuff on the back there. So what we're going to do, we're going to just finish those under there. So get that done. That one there, another one there, that one there, and the last one there. So that's all great. So, and then what we're going to do is, as always, merge these guys up. And those there need sorting out. Okay, so we'll have to snap those. I could do a higher tolerance, but just for speed we'll do it this way. Okay, let's grab that. And they're done. So that's all good. There we go. Okay, so that's all merged. So that's all good. Excellent. So let's have a quick look at our creature, see how he's looking. Yeah, not bad at all. Okay, so this bit here could do a little bit of work. Let's just sort of wrinkle it up a little bit more. And we'll use the soft mod. I'm not too worried about keeping it super tidy, because this is an organic model, so the more sort of natural looking and, you know, imperfections within this now are going to be sort of vital really for adding realism to it. It's a bit like doing colour tones for a face. You know, a face on a character isn't, you know, one colour. You know, it's made up of several. You know, you've got pigmentation, you've got all sorts of blemishes and spots and stuff, so you know, it's just one of those things, and skin isn't perfect by any means, so just one thing to bear in mind as well. As long as your edge flow and everything else is sort of heading in the right direction, you know, you can then start to, you know, have a play around with it and get it looking really cool. So like up here, you see it's all a bit, we want to keep the polys at least, you know, even, but you know, you don't have to do them perfectly. So we can start to do that kind of thing with it. So that's great, very good. So let's have a look at our drawing at the back there. So what we can do is we can just grab that guy there, okay, and all I'm going to do is just start to bump this out a little bit. Okay, so that's all good. And now what we need to do is just start to balance the polys around a little bit more. You know, we don't want all this unevenness going on. Okay, like so. So we get a fair sort of spacing between the geometry. Okay, so that's getting there. That's good. Okay, so before I go on and do that, there's one more thing we do need to do. Let's just bring it up a bit more. Oopsie. Let's bring that back. Okay, about there. Okay, so what we need to do is give that a fairly big fall off. In fact, let's start that again. And what we'll do is just start to bring those in. So what I've got here in front of me from the last chapter is the elephant's legs. So what we can do as well, just rotate that back a bit. Okay, so what we're going to do is just grab these just in here. We're going to move all this a bit more. Just grab that, pull that in. There we go, that's better. That's a lot better. And I'm going to grab those areas there and just pull those out just a bit more as well. Okay, so let's head on down to the tail. I'm happy enough with that, I think. Let's just have a quick look. Turn that off. What we're going to do is just do a quick tweak on the underside of that. And then we can head off towards the tail end. Okay, cool. Right, so we need to add that one last piece just in there, and then we can fill the space up there like so. That's great. Now let's get our dear old friend the artisan brush out and start to get this into some sort of order on the back here. So the settings, you know, you can have a play around with those. Depends how brutal you want to be with it. I mean, I'm just using relax, and that's exactly what it's going to do to these loops and polys and stuff. So that's all nice there, that's fine. That's much better already. So let's just grab these along here and just go on the inside. There we go, that's better. Okay, So just getting rid of just some of the slight intersection there on the mesh. Let's grab that. Makes life a little bit easier as well if you're painting weights, if it's all fairly tidy. There we go. So okay, that's a lot better. So what I want to do now is just start to round the back out a little bit more, give it a few more lumps and bumps as well. And just trying to be a little bit more random with it. You know, don't just go one up, one down. You know, let's just try and keep it looking interesting. Okay, so what we want to do is we just grab these, press scale, just straighten those up like so. Okay, like that. And then what we can start to do is have a look at the end of this tail. Whoops. And then start to just taper that in a bit more. Okay, so that'll do for a minute. Obviously we'll sort the rest out once we get the other half in, then we can fill that hole in at the end and then give that some shape as well. Okay, so let's just have a look at this. Okay, so I think what we need to do is give this a little bit of shape on the back here. So let's grab that entire edge, and from about there I think we can just raise it up. Let's get rid of that one. Okay, like so. And some of these verts have gone a little bit astray. I just pull those up. Okay. And what I'd like to do is just run a couple more loops just around here, and again we'll grab Come on. There we go. Just going to grab our brush and even those out. There we go. So it's a bit more optimal looking as well. And also it's going to give us a little bit more to play with as well. So I think the other thing, let's come down to the tail. Okay, and just sort out these little dinks and stuff. I think we'll have to do it properly once the other half is attached as well. Okay. Right, let's just grab that lot, pull that up. Just down a little bit. And I'll press B and then R. Okay. Okay. Right, so I'm happy with that there for now. Let's just take the scale of the brush down, just balance that out a bit more. Okay, so that's good. There we go. Okay, so let's just do a little bit more fine tuning just around here. Okay, so let's start to get all this in as well. Sorry about the silence, I'm just concentrating on the job in hand as always, just figuring it all out, what we're going to do. So let's just bring that right down. Actually, and that one. Okay, right. So let's just start pulling things around a bit, just to get a bit more areas of interest as well. Okay. Also, this will the more shape we get done in here, the more it's going to help us in ZBrush as well, and save us a little bit of time as well. Let's just pull the back of this out a little bit more, and the front of there. Okay, like so, just to give it a little bit more sort of oomph and a bit more meat as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. Okay, let's go to F8. Let's just check it out. And what I'm going to do is we'll just make that completely. So all the geometry is starting to fit into place. And what I'll do is, if we do Control A, so let's delete history, Control D, and then across the X do -1, so we can have a look at this guy. So we can see the head is quite wide, quite round, not exactly ideal either, and same with the tail. So those are the things that we will need to look at and tweak accordingly before we head on into ZBrush. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this now, and we're going to come back in the next chapter, and we should be able to roll that out all nice and ready to go into ZBrush. So I'm going to leave you there, and yeah, I shall see you in the final Maya part very shortly. Cheers for now. Okay, so carrying on, what we're going to do is start to sort of finish off the Maya work in this episode. Probably looking at, probably about 50 minutes on this, I would say. Just need to fill all the holes up, stuff like that, get all the geometry looking good, and get that eyeball and stuff into place on this one. And then once we've done all that stuff, we can then head off into ZBrush land. We've got some nice sort of skin alphas and stuff already sorted out, so we can get on with some nice detailing and stuff on this. Okay, but beforehand, what I want to do, just want to take care of this area here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just zoom out, just going to delete this other half, okay, like so. And I don't like this pole, I don't know what's going on there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to redirect the edge flow, all these faces. Okay, so what we're going to do is just spin those around there like so, and then just bring in the geometry and just round that out, make it all look really, really nice. Okay, so let's just bring that in. So that's got a nice round flow to it already. And I'm just going to bring this one down and this one as well. So that's good. Okay. Let's just have a look at some of these, and we'll just tidy that up just a tiny bit as well. Okay, so got a nice bit of edge flow going on there. Okay, and there as well. And there we go. Okay. Okay, so that's all done, so I'm happy with that. So the next thing we need to do is, I noticed that I've got this small issue just on the inside here where I've zeroed out some of the verts. So what we're going to do, go to mesh, and let's do average verts on that, just round that back out, just do one iteration on that, it should be fine. Okay, and then just do that, it should balance that all back out very nicely indeed. So that's all done in one maneuver. Okay, so what we want to do as well, just going to grab these around here and let's just straighten those out just a tiny bit. Same with these. So we're just going to get all this looking a bit tidier, a bit more manageable as well. And that should make life a bit easier when it comes to sculpting the inside.
So that one there, I think what we can do is if we deselect some of that, because I don't want to ruin the rest of the model just for the sake of the inner mouth there. Okay, so let's just deselect that, like so. And now what we can do, we can just move this forward, like so, and just grab the verts, not the vert faces, move that down, okay. And we'll grab these as well. And there we go. Now we'll just run that one back just ever so slightly. There we go, that's all good. And I think that's good enough for that for now. Okay, so let's just delete some history on there. Just double check this one as well, so that's all good. Okay, so we're going to go Command, which is my command shelf, and hide unselected. So we're just going to concentrate on the tongue for a few minutes. You can go to your display and go to hide and show, which will have hide selection, hide unselected, and so on, and hide cameras, show cameras, etc. So that's all that command was that I've used there in my own command shelf. Okay, so what we need to do is we're just going to tidy the tongue up just a little bit. So let's just get this all nicely balanced out. Okay, so just in here, just there as well. So that's all good. Okay. Just do that. And we'll just round this off, just around these edges as well. And in here. In fact, what we can do, if we just go to object mode, go to the poly tools, and I'm just going to grab the artisan brush, and I'm just going to smooth this out ever so slightly. In fact, let's just undo that. Let's add some extra divisions. So I'm going to do one there, one down there, and one down there. Okay. Just give us enough to play with there, and we'll do a nice one around the centre, and we'll just push that out. Let's go from there, deselect that, push that out. In fact, put it a little bit too far, about there. Grab that one, and that one, and those as well, and then just push that, just so we get a nice rounder front on the front of that tongue. Okay, and then we can grab this back bit, push that back in. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll straighten this guy out as well. Okay, and now what we can do, we can go back in, go to our artisan tool, and I'm going to use smooth, I think this time, or relax actually, it's probably better. That's it, just to get it all nicely evened out. That's more like it. So it's all looking pretty good. And let's just round this out just a little bit more. Okay. Okay, so let's grab that. And that bit as well. Just push that forward. Let's grab these. If I can grab those, there we go. Just push that back a bit as well. Okay. Then all we need to do is go to edge mode. Whoops. Grab the outer edges there. Come out of soft mod. Okay, and deselect those ends. Okay, and we're just going to zero those out, like so. Okay. And then what we're going to do, go Control A, back to object mode, history, freeze the transformations, hit Control D, and then do -1 in the scale, like so. Okay, now what we're going to do is combine those together, go to a front view, and let's just select our border edges. Okay, so I've got a shortcut on my shelf, but if you want to see those, just go to the display menu, okay, go to polygons, and then you can see border edges, and it will tell us on screen. So at the moment we need the edges in the center merged together, and by displaying the border edges you can see the edges are actually thicker because they're doubled up. So turn those off or on, it's entirely up to you. So I'm just going to select all those verts down the middle like so and merge those together. So now all you can see, let's have a look, so all you can see is the border edge for the open end, like so. Okay, so that's on, that's off. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to fill the end with the fill hole tool, which I've got, again got one on my shelf, or you can go to mesh, fill hole, like so. Okay, now all we need to do is just edit this together so we haven't got something like a 35 or 36 side polygon, something ridiculous anyway. And then all we need to do is just make sure we've got quads. So I just want to join that one up and that one too. Okay, so all we're going to do is just use the split poly tool. Okay, just put those divisions back in. Okay, there you go, all done. Okay, delete your history, and if you want to, we can use the artisan brush again. Just going to stick a reflection, set it on it, just so everything is equal. There we go. Okay, and then we can go to commands, show light hidden, and there's the tongue in the head there. Okay, now you may want to edit it a bit more in Maya, it's entirely up to you, but I think what we can do, we can leave that there, and we can get the rest done over in ZBrush. So let's get this guy sorted out. So we can do the same thing, Control D, okay, like so, and then do -1. Okay, so we can see how the mesh is actually looking now at the moment. On first glance, I'm not overly happy with the actual shape of the head here at the moment. It looks like a spoon. From the lower part here, it's just too round. So what I propose we do is, if we delete that half, grab the head, grab a few verts, okay, like so, and go and pick up a lattice deformer. You can get that from the animation menu set. You can go create deformers and lattice, Okay, well, I've got one on my shelf, so I'm just going to use that, so that's all good. So now I'm going to divide that up, okay, using the U division, so middle mouse dragging in the grey area. Okay, so you can do it as many as you want, but keep it quite simple. Okay, usually the best thing to do. So let's just drop the divisions down there. So to about there. Okay. And all we're going to do is select those lattice points and then just flatten this creature's head off at the front, just to make it look a little bit more menacing looking as well. As you can see, the teeth are slightly out of place, but I'm not overly concerned at this point in time, because we can just slide those back. Okay, so I think that for me is looking a lot better. So if we do Control D now, do -1, and that's much better. Okay, right. So first things first, we need to sort these teeth out. So as you can see, the shape there is slightly odd because of the lattice deformer. So what we need to do is just mould these teeth back in to their correct sockets. Okay. Okay, so let's just push that forwards. And just push that in, that's better, that one's done. And the same with this one. Push that across. Let's just bring that forward as well. Make sure it's in the right socket. And I'm going to shrink this one down as well. And then just grab some of the verts here and just bring those out just so they can fit around our tooth. And just bring those out a bit more. Okay, so a few little corrections that need doing. Nothing drastic. Just bring those down, bring that down as well. Okay, and there we go. Oops. Just bring that forward. And do this one. Okay. And then just these guys to go as well. so we're just going to move these around just a little bit more. We'll try and get these done as super fast as we can. Let's just hide the tongue for a minute. Okay, let's just have a look here. That one there. Okay, so a little bit of the work that we did on the teeth and the jaws, we have to persevere and sort of just do a sort of a repair job, if you will. Okay, so let's just grab that. I'm just going to pull that up, so like that being up around there, that's better. Okay, that's all good. And then we just push that down just a little bit more. There we go. Okay. And then these guys as well. So let's just drop that down. There we go. Okay, so what we'll do, I'll just do this one, just put that back into place, just there, and then that's that. And then what we need to do is just tweak the face a little bit just up here, and just pull that rounded in just there. So that's all good, and just bring these eyes out just a tiny bit. There we go, that's better. So what we'll do, we'll just pop this one into the relative socket there, and we'll carry on with the task in hand. So I don't want to bore you with all the bits and pieces there to go on with the teeth. I'll do that in between the next chapter because of that sort of short correction that we've done there on the face itself. So not to worry on that one. We want to get on with the task in hand instead of doing fixes. So let's grab that edge there and just pull that around. Okay. Like so. So that's done. Okay, so what we can do, get rid of that. Let's just nip down to the business end here, down the tail. And what we need to do is just have a look at this and just give it a quick tidy up shape wise. Okay, so actually, it's not too bad. Okay, so what we need to do now, let's go back, go Control D, -1 on the x-axis. Okay, so we're all good there. And now what we're going to do is we're going to combine that together, go to our front view and just have a look, and what we're going to do is going to merge these verts together. Okay, so we're going to grab all of these all the way through the center. Just checking that we've got all the right ones. And those two there. And keep going all the way through. If you see any splits, those are the ones you want as well. All the way down. Okay. And then grab those last two. So what you want to do now is just go around and double check that you've got everything. And we're going to zero this out. Okay. Just check you've got all the right ones. Let's go back into the head. There we go. Right, and then merge those together. So that's done. Okay. And what we can do is just grab our trusty artisan brush and just smooth all of this out as much as we can. Okay. So just going to go on the inside of the mouth just to double check got everything okay in there. That's better. Just round that out. There we go. So that's all done. So first things first, let's just double check down here. Let's just balance out the verts on there. So let's just get everything nice and tidy all the way down under here as well. Okay, so that's pretty good. And what we'll do is we'll just relax these up here as well. And just relax those edges just on there. Okay, and then just run the brush just down the center. There we go. So it's looking good. That's much better. Okay, so maybe a couple of little tweaks on the top there, and then that should be okay. So before we do anything else, let's jump back in to the inside of the mouth and go to edge mode, select an edge, fill the hole, and do exactly the same as we did for the tongue. Okay, and then just need to figure out, oops. Okay, just need to join all this stuff back up. good way of doing this is if you select it as a face, and because it's on the inside it won't really matter. If you go to your polygons, go to mesh, and in fact I think we want to go to add divisions, sorry, under edit mesh, and then go triangles and hit apply, like so. Okay, and then every other one just delete, like so. Okay, so we need to select every other edge. Whoops, I can grab that one, there we go. Just come out of here a minute. Just double check we haven't got any more edges selected. No, we haven't. Yes, we have. That one there. Okay, like so. Come back in here. 5. Just hit delete. Okay. Let's go to face mode. I'm going to grab our selection brush. Okay, those there. Okay, like so. And then all we're going to do is extrude that in. Okay, and scale that inwards like so. Okay, so it's all nice and tidy once again. Grab the artisan brush. Let's scale this guy down. Whoops. Faces. And our brush radius has disappeared. There it is. That's better. Let's just bring that right down. There we go, that's better. So we want to smooth this out. Use reflection. Okay. As ugly as that may look, that's absolutely fine. It's all quads, so that's all good. It's entirely up to you if you want to go around and just neaten it all off. We'll do the couple here, but other than that I'm not overly worried about it. So okay, so just grab the brush, bit of a relax on that, there we go. Okay, so I'm not worried about that at all in there. Okay, there we go. So what we want to do is go display. You can go shadows hidden, or there we go, there's the tongue in the head now as well. So okay, so that's all good. Right, so let's just head on down to the tail. Okay. Going to go to Poly Tools, fill the hole, like so. Let's just have a look what we've got. Going to grab the tail. And extrude this a little bit. do a little bit more, just to about there. And then what we will do is we'll need to join this up properly, because it's on a more important part of the actual model. So if we do all these horizontal ones first, okay, like so, let's just have a look. And we'll do across there as well, and then we can start to have a look, see if we've got the right amount coming down. And I don't think we will have, but let's have a look. Okay. Let's just come round and have a look. So it's little bits and pieces like this that you have to sort of figure out. Okay, on there. So we've got those there. Okay, so let's drag that one up to there. Okay, let's do this. Right, so this should suffice now. There we go. Right, so that's all quadded out. So what we need to do is smooth this off. Okay, so we're going to add a couple of divisions. Okay, just in here, and we'll do another one there. Okay, then we're going to grab the brush again. Okay, and we're just going to relax this all out. And what we can do okay, so let's grab the center of this and just pull this like so. Okay, then we can grab some edges. Okay, and we can start to get rid of some of this stuff now. So from there, whoops, okay, now we'll just bring that out, slide that guy up there like so, and we'll just widen this guy as well. There we go. Okay, so that's all pretty good. Okay, and there we go. So actually what I think we'll do, instead of trying to get the eye done in this particular section, we'll do one more and we'll get that finished. We'll correct all this bits and pieces around here for the teeth and stuff, and then what we'll do for the next chapter, we'll come back and we'll just finish it completely with the eye. We'll just finish off the entire chapter with the eye that way. So that is the bulk of the character done there. So just a couple of tiny bits to do around the mouth and the horn area as well, and we'll build a complete eye in a new chapter. Save us dragging on and on and on while I tweak this on camera. So we'll do that in the next one. So I shall see you very, very shortly. Okay, so welcome to the final Maya section of this tutorial before we head off into ZBrush. Just a couple of things to do. Obviously we want to get the eye and the tear duct done in this section, but first of all let's get the teeth together and get those made for the other side. So what we're going to do is dupe those, combine them rather, dupe those and then flip them across. So we're going to do the top ones first, so we're going to combine those. Okay, delete the history, freeze transformation, okay, like so. Then I'm going to hit Control D, -1 in the scale X in the channel box, like so. Okay, and then we're going to hit history, freeze transformation. Now as you can see, teeth have gone black. This is because I've got my two-sided lighting off, so it shows that we've got any reverse normals. So all we need to do is reverse the normals. You can find that under the reverse normals menu in the polygon menu set. So that's that bit done. Okay, and then we need to do the same for the bottom teeth as well. So we're going to combine those, delete history, okay, hit Control D, -1 across the X-axis again in the scale, okay, freeze transformations, they've gone black again because we've reversed the normals on the flip, so just reverse those again like so. So that should now show us everything for the mouth like so. Okay, so we just do Control and show all, just we've got the tongue in there. Okay, so that's good, that's all ready to go, and all we need to do is the same thing for the horn as well. So I'm just going to freeze the transformations like so, okay, and hit Control D, going to do -1, okay, so that's all there like so, and then what we need to do is merge those together, okay, and then let's hide our creature for a moment and just grab all the verts in the center of our model. Okay, just going to hit 0. Okay, there we go. And let's go to the poly tools. So that's all that's doing is displaying our border edges, so you can see the edges are thicker because they're not merged. If I turn them on and turn them off, same again as we did before for the other part of the modeling section. So all we need to do is go and merge those verts, and that's all done. And then all we need to do is just straighten out some of these verts just to make sure everything's not looking too odd. Now I'll just grab these guys here as well. In fact I better not. Let's go show loss hidden. Okay, what we do need to do is bring these guys in. So I think if we hit center pivot with the scale tool, okay, just bring that in ever so slightly like so, okay, and it looks like here we got a slight issue where we've merged the verts on the creature itself. So what we're going to do, we're going to hide the horn, going to quickly jump in here and fix this up. Now because these have merged like this, really quick way of getting out of this is just simply redo those edges like so. Okay, delete those. Okay, delete those, and then just jump in and grab that like so, and then all you need to do is just tweak that just to get that into play. So we're going to grab that edge there, shift that back, okay, and just move that into position like so, and we'll do the same for the back one here as well. So what we can do, just delete these two edges, whoops, okay, like that. One, whoops, so 1, 2, 3, and that one's done as well, and then just reshape that. Okay, so these are those little things that can happen while you're doing a model. You know, it's not all super clean and squeaky as you go along. We all make mistakes. There we go. So if we go Command, Show Last Hidden, there's the horn. That's all looking pretty good. So what I'm going to do is just give this a little bit of a squeeze. Okay. And then just push that back out like so. And let's snap these into here. Okay. There we go. Just a couple more to do. This one's quite wide on the front here, so let's have a look. There we go. Ooh, too much. Okay, so let's see where that one's going. Okay, there we go, that's better. Much nicer now. And same with this one. Same with this one. Okay, so that's done. So just a quick bit of shaping, and we'll stick on the reflection on the move tool, and we'll just get things all balanced out just a little bit better for this, and then we can move straight in to our eyeball. Okay, once that's done. There we go, so that's pretty good. Just smooth it all out a little bit. Okay, just round that out, and there we go. So that's all done. Okay, so the rest of the model looking pretty good. So one more thing before we head on to our eyeball. Let's just pull the back of this up just here a bit more. Okay, probably do it anyway in ZBrush, but just to give it a helping hand. And what we'll do is drop that down in there. Same here as well. Okay, so that's all good. Excellent. Okay, so let's jump in and get that eyeball done. Okay, so first of all, what we want to do is create a sphere. Okay, there we go, and we're going to bring it across and zoom in. Okay, so I'm going to hit J to constrain the rotation. Okay, like so. Now what I've got various ideas for this. Now what I want to do is do something with a sort of a lizard-like slit for the pupil itself. So okay, so let's just bring that right up. I think that's probably a bit too much for that. Let's do 30. Okay, that's probably better like that. And then what we're going to do, I'm just going to freeze the transformation. Okay, so we haven't got to worry about anything, and just delete the history completely. Don't need that. And then I'm going to duplicate this off. Okay, and shift a copy of this back. So that's going to be our outer eye. Alright, so what we want to do now is actually flatten this front part of our eye. So what we're going to do, let's just go back there, and we're going to hide unselected objects. Okay, we don't need to show the cameras. Okay, for some reason that's not turning off. Okay, no problem. Okay, so let's jump in here and have a look. Okay, so I would say from there, okay, let's turn our reflection off, don't need that. Okay, so from there what we're going to do is just flatten this guy off. Okay, I'm going to bring that in like so. Alright, and then what we're going to do, we're going to select some of these rings. Okay, okay, like so. And what we're going to do, going to crush those inwards like so, and then I'm going to bring those in as well like that. Okay, and then I'm not too concerned about the center at the moment, so what we can do is just push that back in like so. Alright, and then we're going to grab each one of these edges and just bring these in a bit at a time. Okay, like so. And just going to bring that one in. Okay, so just going to try and get an edge on this now. Okay, and just bring that forward to about there. Okay, right, so what we're going to do, Okay, let's reset that actually, undo that tool, and then we've got a bit more extra control over this. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Okay, so we can add the extra loops in now. Okay, like so. Alright, and then what I'm going to do is again just bring that in. Okay, we're going to push this back just a little bit more. In fact, what we'll do, we'll use our soft mod. Okay, and we'll just push it back in ever so slightly. In fact, we won't, we'll come out of there, and we'll have to do these one at a time. Okay, so we're just going to go back in bit by bit. And there we go. Okay, and just push that back in there like so, and then what we'll do, we'll add another edge ring just in there, scale that in, and just slightly round that, and we'll add another one in there. And there we go. Okay, so having the loops there does make it look a little bit odd, but if we take the wire off, you can see the kind of shape that we're going for there. Okay, just to keep it that kind of lizard type look. Alright, like so, and then what we'll do, in fact I think we could probably grab most of these again. Okay, and we'll just bring that in just a little bit more. Okay, like so. So that's the inner eye. Okay, and then we'll go Command, Show Lights Hidden. Okay, select the outer eye, hit 0, like so. Okay, so you can see now the overlap. So if we now go to a side view, okay, and we'll just select both of those, and we'll hide our creature. So what we want to do now is just grab this guy, go R to R, and then grab these, and then scale outwards just a little bit, and then downwards. Let's just reduce our fall off. Like so. That should be enough. And then we'll just push that forward. Let's bring it up again. And there's the shape of our eye. So then all we need to do is just round that off like so, and we'll add another edge loop in there. So if we have a quick look at this in X-ray, so we can see both of our objects there. Okay, like so, and that's all ready to be placed into the eye socket of the creature. So before we do that, we're just going to delete the history, center pivot on both of those objects, hit freeze transformations, okay, and hit Control G, and we'll just call it eye group. We'll name this one for now eye_GRP, okay, and make sure we've got the center pivot on for that as well. Go Command Show Last Hidden, and let's turn off our X-ray shading because we don't need that now, and we're just going to bring the eye up and put it into position. Oops. Okay, let's pop our wire on, and we'll just move this all into where we need it to. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, a little bit of tweaking to do now. Not too drastic, thankfully. So let's just move this into about that kind of position and rotate the eye to about there. Okay. So what we need to do now is just get the shape Okay, so let's push all this back. So the good thing is having that eye socket there is going to help us out. I think actually what we can do, if we just hit the up key with that, scale this guy down a bit. Okay, pop him in there and scale it down a little bit more. So some slight tweaking to do, but I think if we do this and we get the eye a little bit smaller, it'll give a bit more scale as well to the creature. So I'm going to grab all of these guys here, okay, and we're going to move these all the way back inside. Okay, so what we'll need to do, just undo this a minute. Okay. So let's take this out. Just going to sort the inside of this eye out, just in here. So I'm going to grab that. And what we'll have to do is scale this up, and we'll probably have to cut the creature in half so we get the other side exactly right as well. So, which is no big deal because everything should be centered as we want it. Let's just grab that and get all of this into place. So let's grab our eye. Okay. Just hide the outer eye for a minute. Okay. And shrink this one all the way down. Get this into place. And what I think we need to do, select the outer edge of that eye and push that back, give it some real thickness to the lid. Okay, like so, and we'll do the same just around here. There we go. And what we need to do now is shape the eye itself, or the outer eye. And the good thing is, by doing it this way as well and making it smaller, it will now give us better scale on the creature itself, which is really very cool. So we're going to do that. Okay, so just okay, so just very carefully get all this to sit just on the top there, and also around the bottom bit. Okay, like that. And now we can grab all of this, push that back, okay. And then bring that in as well. And we'll drop that lower. There we go. And we'll just push that back just a little bit more. Okay, and then what we can do, turn that off and get some more shape back into the lid. Once again, just keeping that nice and thick around there as well. And just push that back into towards the eye. There we go. There we go. So that's that sorted. So just some final little tweaks here. Okay. Okay, so that's all looking good. So the only thing we need to do now is just tweak this area here, and then what we can do is add in a tear duct. Whoops. There we go. So just going to bring that forward there, push that back a little bit more there, and then I'm going to bring these down just a little bit more, just get that shape a little bit better. Okay, there we go. So there's the eye. You can see that by having it smaller now, and it also matches the concept art a little bit better as well, and by having it smaller has given the creature a bigger scale, making that look much nicer. So that's great. So now all we need to do is create ourselves a tear duct, and for that all we're going to do is use a cube. Okay. Shrink this down. Okay. Grab the front face. This is very simple. Extrude that out once. Okay, like that. Do G twice. Okay, and then all you need to do is start to shape this guy a little bit. We can grab these faces and delete those, and let's just grab all of these and do that. Put those all back like so. Okay. Move those into place, and then take this up. Okay, like so. And we could probably get rid of that face as well. Don't need that. F8, scale this guy down. Okay, like so. And then all we need to do now is just start to round him out, which is very easy. Miss one out. There we go. Really straightforward stuff. Nothing as complicated as the rest of the model. Okay, we'll get that there like so. And then I can bring that forward. Whoops. And then add a couple more loops. Like so. Okay. And then what I like to do is, whoops, where's that going? I don't want that in there. Okay. Okay, so what I like to do is add the extra one there, scale that up just a little bit. Let's just grab that one again and scale him up as well. Okay, then what we can do is put it into position. Like so. Scale it down. Okay. And then just start to shape it up as you need it. And pushing that back, pushing that inwards, and let's rotate it as well, like so. And just bring that back into there ever so slightly. And these as well. And then just slowly round it. And there you go. So that just finishes that off nicely there. So we just turn off the wireframe. So there you go. You can just about see the little dink in there for the eyes. Okay, so that's all looking pretty good. So we're pretty much there. So let's delete some history. And same on the eyes as well. That's all good. So what we need to do is, because we've sort of mucked around with this side of the creature, what we're going to do is cut him in half and then just redo the other half to the other side so everything matches. So we're going to do hide unselected objects, so we haven't got anything that we don't need. Okay, and basically just going to select this half of our creature. Okay, like so. Alright, just make sure we've got everything. Let's just check in this view. Yeah, that's all great. Good stuff. Okay, we can get rid of that. Like so. Just make sure we've got everything. I think we've got just a bit of a tweak to do on here. Nothing too drastic. Let's have a quick look. I think that can go to there, like that. Let's grab that edge, get rid of that, grab that one there, snap that. Okay. Grab that guy, so that's all tidy. Great. Okay, so we're ready to pop this across. Okay, all looking pretty good. So Control D, -1 on X scale. Okay, there we go, all done. So it just leaves the merge to do. Okay, so we're going to go combine. Okay, very easy. Back into our front view and grab all our verts. Like so. Not those two. I'll show you why in a minute, judging by the look of it. I think I know what that is. And let's just jump onto the inside that's exactly what I thought it was. Where we've done the quads, the way I've done the quads on the inside of the mouth, so there's no split through the middle of that polygon. So that's actually come out as a face, but that's no big deal. So we can sort that out in a minute. So let's just get those together. And okay, so let's grab the rest of these and all the way down. Like so. Okay. Now we'll just hit 0 to zero these out. Okay, again, just going to double check on the inside here. Okay, so just going to grab that. So we've got 500 there. So let's just do 0, 1, 0 and apply that, and everything's done. Okay, so we can go around, just double check that everything's sort of okay, all the close proximity verts and edges are okay, and we just missed one out there by the look of it. So just going to deselect there, hit G, that one's done, that's all good. So on the inside here, as I said, we just got to fill this hole up. So we just go boom like that, okay, and then all we need to do like so. Alright, and that's all done, just to keep everything in play there. Great stuff. So that all matches now, that's good. I'm not too worried about the inside of that anyway. Okay, so this is all pretty good. So let's do show last hidden. Okay, there we go. So first of all, what we want to do is grab that and freeze the transformations, history, and center the pivot on that. Let's show our wireframe on this guy, and what we'll do, we'll get the tear duct center point, so we can flip that across. So all I'm going to do is go D and V to invoke the insert mode for that. Okay, going to hit Control D, -1, and hit F to frame that, so we're in the right place. Going to hit history, freeze transformation. We've got the flip problem again, so it's gone black, so just reverse your normals, and then we're going to do the same thing with the eye. We're going to history, freeze transformation, hit D. You can see that invoking the insert mode, so we're going to hit D, then V to snap the center pivot. Going to hit Control D, then -1, and that's done as well. And then all we need to do is just check the normals on that as well, and there we go, job done. So slight tiny tweak of a poly or two here, so just going to bring these down, okay, like so. And one small thing I would like to do is sort of give these nostrils less symmetry. Okay, let's just leave the center there, let's do it from these areas. So just tiny tweaks, everything else is done. Okay, like so. And I think what we can do is just grab the reflection pull that forward, just bulk these out a little bit more, so I don't have to worry about it too much in ZBrush. And the creature is pretty much done in Maya. There's a little bit of a tickle just under here. There we go. And just flare these ankles just a little bit more. Okay, bring those down, pop that one back up, and there we go. So that now concludes the modelling within Maya, and the next time you join us, which will be the next chapter obviously, we'll be jumping into ZBrush, and we're going to start sorting this guy out. We're not going to be doing any UVs at all for that particular part, because we're going to be bringing you a texturing volume for this creature. So the next version that you're going to see is going to be the sculpted version that I'm going to run through with you in ZBrush. So I shall see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now.